It's also a continuation of what has been taking place in various provinces. We are left with the Free State, one region of the Northwest, and the Northern Cape, 3 regions, and we are left with the Western Cape. I was made to believe that the department will be represented here by the Director General, the DDG, Regulatory Compliance and Sector Monitoring, Ms. Benderman. I was told Mr. Ramaru will be here. Mr. Sbusi Sokobese, the Director of Law Reform. Mr. Jongikaya Witi, the Chief Director, Climate Change Mitigation and Specialist in Monitoring Services. Was also told that Mr. Vumile Sinene, the Director of Air Quality Management Services, will be here. Ms. Nomsahani, the head in the office of the Deputy Minister. Ms. Maestri, the Chief Director, Governance and Executive Support. Mr. Mguni, the PLO in the office of the Minister. Mr. Nana, the PLO in the office of the Deputy Minister. Mr. Nicholas Leontinis in the office of the Minister. Ms. Ndibongo in the office of the DG. And Ms. Mbogoto. I also know that the presenters today is Ms. A. Crosby, Ms. D. Marema, Ms. A. Shevel, Mr. Hutchinson, Dr. Rebelo, Mr. Simani, Ms. T. Jangen, Ms. S. Van Breda. Those are the guests whom I believe are already here. In terms of our program, each of the presenters will be given 30 minutes to make a presentation. My belief is that 30 minutes will also be engaged. It will also include the engagements if there are areas where members might want to seek clarity on. Like I said, this is a continuation of a journey that we had started in February, and it is our expectation that this document must be in the hands of the Select Committee of the Council of Provinces by the beginning of June. So, Mr. Ramaru, I see your hand. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Chair, an apology for the DG and Ms. Vanessa. They are attending a meeting, and I understand that they have sent an apology to say they will be able to join at 11:30. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, wonderful. That's fine. We'll record it. Can I check if there are other apologies just on record? Honorable Bryant, can we start with that one of yours on record, followed by Honorable C?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. As mentioned before we began, I am required to attend the physical seating of the debate on agriculture, and my colleagues, Honourable Winkler and Honourable Weber, are also going to be attending. So thus they are not present. So I will be stepping out at 10 o'clock and then joining again once that plenary has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bryant. Honourable C?
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Good morning to you and to all the colleagues online and our presenters. Unfortunately, I'll also be in and out between budget and the committee, but I'll do my best to be here most of the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Singh. Gift?
Chairperson, good morning, and good morning to honourable members and the presenters. I just wanted to pass the Minister's apology as she's actually going to address an event on biodiversity initiative, financing initiative in Cape Town. She just actually requested us to pass the apology. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Honourable Mbata.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I'm double booked. I was supposed to be in the house, but I requested that I join visually the agriculture budget vote.
Okay. All right. To our presenters, it is not out of. Who is that? Chilega, is it you?
Yes, sir. Tomorrow,
Yes, proceed.
yes, Honorable President.
Chilega, can you speak? Can you come closer to the mic, please?
I am, Chair. I'm using a different laptop, so that's why you can't hear me clearly. I'm saying, Chair, Honorable Paulson and Deputy Minister has also tabled the application. Thank you, sir. And Honorable Ganta is also struggling to join the meeting because of load shedding.
I'm in the meeting.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I see Honorable Winkler is also here. But the understanding, like I said in the preface, is that there are other activities that are going on in Parliament. There are mini plenaries to discuss budget votes. Even Honorable Weber is here, and their apologies have been tabled, but we understand. That's fine, colleagues. Let's proceed with the understanding that those who will be joining other mini plenaries will be doing so whilst we are proceeding with maximum and due respect to our presenters. It is not out of being inconsiderate. Welcome to our meeting. It is our belief that all of us know why we are here. We are here to deal with the content as proposed on the climate change bill, as proposed by the department and being pushed around the country, engaging a variety of stakeholders. That bill seeks to enable the development of an effective climate change response and long-term just transition to low carbon and climate resilient economy. We are not amending this bill. It is for the first time that it's being introduced in the country. So there's no existing act. It is against that background that we are engaging a whole lot of stakeholders to make their inputs. Welcome to Ms. Crosby. Ms. Crosby, your 30 minutes starts now. Are you here from AGBs?
I am here. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I'm going to start just quickly sharing my presentation. Can you see it?
Yes, we can, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, being from the agricultural sector myself, I fully understand all the members needing to attend the budget vote. That is also always a highlight of the year. We are aware, Chairperson, of the fact that the Portfolio Committee has had a number of these hearings already. And it's a very thorough consultation process that you are conducting. Some of the views that we expressed might also be in line with views that you have already heard, for example, from BUSA, of which we are a member. But what I would like to do today is to focus a little bit on the agricultural sector and the particular challenges that we are facing and the concerns that we have around the proposed legislation. So just very briefly, who is AGBIS? We're an association of agribusinesses. So our members include major banks, development finance institutions, insurance companies, agribusinesses, commodity organizations, and various other businesses and associations that are involved in the agricultural value chain in our country. Our function is to ensure that our members, the agribusinesses, play a constructive role in the country's economic growth, development, and transformation. And we want to create an environment where all the agribusinesses of all sizes can thrive and be competitive. Like I already said, we're a member of BUSA, in the presentation is included a list of our members, which you can go through at your leisure if you are interested. And then just some background, Chairperson. So we fully understand that the agricultural value chain both contribute to climate change and are also affected by climate change. According to the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory of 2017, agriculture, forestry, and other land use sectors account for 25 megatons of emissions, or 10% of South Africa's greenhouse gas emissions. So we are a large contributor in the economy to the emissions, but the sector also sequestrates about 30 megatons annually and offsets 60% of its emissions through carbon sinks. So agro-processing also account for about 25% of the manufacturing input. And just in terms of the importance of the sector, Chairperson, you're probably aware of this, but we are a big employer. Primary sector around 862,000 people, the secondary sector about 524,000 people. And then we also are very much involved in trade and export and earning export revenue for the country, and then of course for food security within our own country. Chair, the sector acknowledges that it needs to take steps to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions and to reach carbon neutrality. But from our point of view, we want this transition to be a just transition. So according to Chapter 5 of the Just Transitions Pathways Project, 75% of the agricultural, forestry and other land use sectors emissions are attributable to livestock. So through better manure management and fermentation, there is significant mitigation potential for the livestock industry. However, the impression should not be created that the sector has an unlimited mitigation potential, as a ceiling will be reached at some point, after which the only way to continue reducing the emissions will be by shrinking down the sector, which is not something that we want. There are vast areas of South Africa where extensive livestock grazing is the only viable land use. Not many people know this, but only 13% of our land mass is actually suitable for crop production. And much of this has already been lost to other land uses, such as urbanization and competing industries, also mining, etc. So we have little high potential agricultural land in this country on which we can grow crops. The sector's emissions must be balanced with the economic and employment opportunities that the sector creates, and the lack of viable alternatives should also be taken into consideration. Climate change will have a significant impact on agriculture. That includes the effect of heat waves, storms, floods, changes in rainfall patterns, bush encroachment, lots and lots of things, some of which we are already seeing happening right now. And it's not only the primary producers who are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, also the rest of the agricultural value chain. An increase in climate variability will also impact agricultural insurance companies as well as financiers, who are also our members. So we acknowledge as AGPAS that there's a need to find cost-effective ways to address the agricultural emissions. This needs to be done in a way that does not compromise the other objectives, such as food security, competitiveness, and poverty alleviation. Possible mitigation measures in agriculture include a wide range of issues, such as improved farming techniques, cleaner energy, carbon sinks, etc. However, many of these mitigation options entail additional costs to farmers in particular, calling for cost effectiveness to be given very high priority. We believe that innovation should play a key role in mitigating emissions from agriculture. Adaptation options in agriculture can involve a range of actions, such as investment in flood protection, in planting different crops and varieties, early warning systems, and a couple of others. Preparing agriculture for adaptation should go hand in hand with proactive mitigation measures. Research is already being carried out in order to improve, for example, seed resistance to drought, also heat and higher levels of water and soil salinity, and diseases and pests. For example, genetically engineered crops, which are designed to make efficient use of scarce resources like water and nutrients, and can lead to higher yields, can also lead to savings in the area of water, soil, and energy, and thereby contribute to the development of environmental sustainability. It's critical that the carbon budget and carbon tax instruments should be fully aligned. Whilst most primary agricultural entities are unlikely to qualify for carbon budgets or direct greenhouse gas reporting, many companies in the agri-processing sector will. Factors such as historical mitigation, forward-looking mitigation potential, national circumstances, export competitiveness, and the financial status of the sector and agri-businesses must, in our view, be considered in budget setting and the level of tax that is levied. Chair, then just a few specific comments on some of the clauses. First of all, clause 16, which deals with adaptation objectives. Our recommendation there is that the minister should consult with at least the Climate Commission before determining these objectives and indicators. In clause 19, dealing with sector adaptation strategy and plan, we would like to propose that the minister should likewise be required to consult with stakeholders in the sector before finalizing a sector strategy and plan. Whilst clause 28 requires prior consultation, it should also apply to clause 19A. Stakeholders should also be involved in the 5-year review process of the adaptation strategy and plan. Then in terms of clause 22, that deals with sectoral emissions targets, these targets will be vitally important for the sector. And in sectors that are dominated by a number of identifiable large entities, carbon budgets and carbon tax will be the primary mechanism behind mitigation. But in the agricultural sector, which comprises of lots of small and medium enterprises, given the nature of agriculture contributes up to the greenhouse gas emissions. So our sector is a little bit different in that respect because of a lot of small and medium players in the sector. We also believe that the department, when the sectoral targets are calculated, should consider the feasible expansion plans and trajectories of the different sectors within the economy. And as we develop from an emerging market economy towards a developed nation, the economic contribution of the different sectors towards the total economy will not remain static. So there needs to be some flexibility there. Assets must likewise anticipate these changes and avoid a situation where the domestic and international competitiveness of a sector is artificially influenced by the carbon space that is allocated to that industry. Clause 23, dealing with listed greenhouse gases and activities, the requirement that the decision to list a particular gas or activity should be based on scientific evidence and should be included in this clause. Clause 24, carbon budgets. Some of the companies involved in the manufacture of agricultural input, storage, and agro-processing are likely to exceed this threshold for greenhouse gas reporting and be subjected to a carbon budget. So the manner in which the bill is written makes the carbon budgets a punitive measure in the sense that a company remains liable for carbon tax at the general rate if they stay within their carbon budget, but they are punished by a punitive rate if they exceed it. We are in favor, Chair, rather of a constructive approach that will reward companies who stay within their budgets by offering preferential rates. We propose that the cost burden imposed on the affected parties and the industries that they are involved in should be considered as a factor in subclause 2. The cost burden on individuals and small businesses of complying can prove to be prohibitive. It is vital that the sum of the industry's approved carbon budgets do not add up to the sector's emission targets. The agricultural sector, in particular, contains smaller companies. We've mentioned that before, who do not meet the threshold for the carbon budget to be allocated, but their cumulative emissions should be factored in. And then my last slide, Chairperson, in terms of the schedules, and this is just like a, sort of a technical remark on the wording. The Schedule 1 lists functions which need to be developed, but the point of departure is not correct, as not all the functions that are listed there fall under government ministries actually have economic sectors attached to them. So, for example, agriculture and forestry is listed separately from land reform and rural development because they're different government line functions. But there is no economic sector such as land reform or rural development. Similarly, there is no economic sector such as cooperative governments or traditional affairs. This list should therefore be reviewed, and the same goes for Schedule 2, which we believe should be reviewed to remove duplication. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crosby. Thank you very much. You have spared a better 20 minutes. I saw you flying like a bird, and I was very impressed. Honorable members, I want to tap from your wisdom if you want to engage Ms. Crosby, or we should take all the presentations, which might put you under the bus because you are double booked. Okay, let me take guidance from you, Honorable Singh.
No, thank you very much. You're quite right, Honorable Chair. You will be put under the bus. And, you know, I've got a lot of buses around me, yeah. So I think I would prefer if we can just ask as we go along in case we miss, you know.
Honorable Bryant, are you in agreement? Okay. Okay, we will take you first, Honorable Singh, followed by Honorable Bryant, in that order. Ms. Crosby will engage the presentation after each and every presenter. So we are now engaging you. Okay, Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning again to everybody. Is it the Ms. Crosby that I know from the 1990s, early 1990s, agriculture days, I think from Kwanalu? Firstly, yes, how are you? Good to see you again. And I'm glad to see that you're with AgriBiz and you've got a number of organizations. Now, I think you spoke about the impact on climate change from livestock, and it's a major contributor. To what extent is your organization or organizations working with small farmers? Not necessarily farmers, but people who have cattle, because as you would know, in KwaZulu-Natal and in other parts of the province, you know, cattle, livestock is really an asset of the family. So are there any partnerships that you're engaging with people who own cattle? That's the first question. Second question, now, load shedding has a major impact on agriculture, not only primary, but also the agro-processing side. To what extent are your partners in AgriBiz moving to alternate sources of energy of their own steam? You know, do you have an idea of, you know, what percentage of them are doing that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chairperson. And I just want to echo your sentiments in terms of the presentation. I think it's probably the most concise presentation and to the point that I've seen so far during these hearings. So well done to Ms. Crosby. I just think it's worthwhile emphasizing how important agriculture and the agro-processing industry is to South Africa, especially at the moment with the cost of living crisis and food shortages, and you know, the result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, for instance. We are facing many challenges, and what we should be doing as much as possible is ensuring that we empower and assist the agriculture industry as much as possible to ensure that we don't end up with further food shortages and further escalation of the cost of living crisis that is currently facing South Africans. My request would be, and I know that we have so many of these presentations that come through and that have come through over time, including the public hearings as well. But this one has been so specifically and concisely put together. I just want to ensure and get a commitment that all of these points will be adequately responded to by the officials concerned, so that they don't get lost in the ether, because I do think they are very important points that have been raised, particularly in terms of ensuring that our agriculture sector in South Africa isn't unfairly prejudiced by legislation going forward. Thank you.
Much appreciated, Honorable Bryant. Can we ascertain, Mr. Ramaru, the last time we saw you, it was when you were registering an apology. Are you following the deliberations, Mr. Ramaru?
Indeed, Chair, I am following the deliberations.
You noted the proposals of amendments to
I'm noting
19.
Yes, Chair, I am noting the proposal, and I will also appreciate if we can have the full presentation. So that
certainly, we'll ensure that Chileka sends it to you. Let me invite Ms. Crosby first. Ms. Crosby.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Mr. Singh and Mr. Bryant for the comments and questions. So first of all, the question on the livestock industry. So Agbus we're involved in the secondary part of agriculture rather than the primary part. But we do have as members some of the associations that represent the livestock industry, and then of course the value chain, which represents all the farmers, big and small. And as far as the involvement with those farmers are concerned, Chair, we lobby on behalf of the whole industry, of everybody that is involved in the value chain, like we are doing now with this particular topic. But I think if you want more detail on the particular impact on the livestock industry and the small livestock farmers, I'm pretty sure the red meat producers and the meat industry in general would be more than happy to answer any sort of specific questions regarding both the contribution of that sector, the mitigation and adaptation potential, and the impact of climate change on the livestock sector. On the load shedding, that of course is a very big headache for all of us and for the agricultural sector. Everybody from the producer through the whole agricultural value chain is very much affected by load shedding at this point in time. And those members of ours that are able to are definitely moving towards other sources of energy, and where possible, green sources of energy. But there is, of course, a cost factor involved. So they are limited by the financial implications of doing this. But we also, from our side, trying to encourage that. We recently had a workshop on energy security and sustainability, where some of our members who have gone, the solar route, for example, shared their experience with other members as to how to go about it. So it is definitely something that those members who are able to are implementing and looking at, but there is a cost factor that limits, the potential of everybody to go that route. And then just thank you to Mr. Bryant. We're more than happy to share the full submission, not just the presentation. And if there are any, more in detail questions that you'd like to pose to us, also the department, if you want to do that afterwards, we're very happy to share more detail with you if we can. Thank you so much.
Okay. Can I check if there are follow-ups perhaps to Ms. Crosby? Okay, there are no signs of follow-ups. Oh, there, Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a follow-up. I just wanted to thank the presenter on the presentation, because I think as I'm one of the people who are also in the Agricultural Portfolio Committee, they have raised the issue that climate change affects agriculture more than anyone. They are not, in most cases, they are not part and parcel of the climate change issues that should be discussed also by their portfolio committee. And I would request that maybe also if you can get hold of the portfolio committee of agriculture, so that you can also present to them how agriculture is it's being affected, or it's being contributing in a negative way towards the climate change, because I believe that there are things that are being done, especially on the chemicals that are the pests that are being used to control the pests in the agriculture. They have been changed, and there are other issues that they are also doing, so that they have a say on what they are doing, or they are thinking of doing, planning to do on the issues of climate change. I thank you.
Honorable C.
No, thank you, Jess. And I think our secretariat needs to note that we need to get some statistics from the Red Meat Producers Organization. I think it'll be important because, as we heard, livestock does contribute greatly to climate change issues. So if they can note that, and even if we have to write to them and try and get some information from them. Thank you. And thank you for bringing it to our attention, Annalise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Crosby, it is really up to you if you want to stay in a meeting longer to check other presentations. You may be released if you so want. But I know you take keen interest to hear what other presentations are encapsulating.
Thank you very much, Jay. Thank you. And we have a very good relationship with the Department of Agriculture and our ministers. So we are also discussing this with them. And Mr. Singh, we're happy to be the conduit to the red meat industry also, if you want to use us for that and get the information from us. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Can we now invite South African Local Government Association, led by Ms. Marema?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. I'm going to share my screen. Are you able to see the presentation, Chair?
Yes, ma'am, I can see it.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to just start navigating. Just to give a bit of background, and thank you so much, Chairperson, for this opportunity. Local government is really important in terms of addressing the issues of climate change, and I think that's something that we can all agree to. They are the front line to how response happens. What we are also looking at is that there has to be a joint efforts by all sectors of society as well as all levels of government for an effective climate action for our country. That means that we need to coordinate all our efforts and ensure that there is coherence within the multi-level governance system to be able to drive effective, efficient, and ambitious climate action. Excuse me. In terms of the climate change impacts, the status quo right now, municipalities are definitely facing negative impacts of climate change. It has been very clear when one is looking at the number of disasters that have been happening, ranging from droughts to the floods and mudslides. So what is currently happening is that we see that climate change is introducing some of the long-term shifts that are also manifesting at the local level. Unfortunately, the concept is still a little bit new within local government. So for municipalities to be able to deal with the changes that they are confronted with, they need to really invest quite a lot, and sometimes this requires quite lengthy and very costly processes that they need to embark on. As I indicated, Chairperson, the impacts really vary at a local level. What we have seen, I think we can conclude that the climate change threatens both the operational life of the infrastructure in municipalities and the destruction of the assets that are already poorly maintained. And as a result, there is a shift towards full integration that we can be able to see from the metropolitan municipalities, which are being supported to produce long-term climate change response action plans. However, we are witnessing stagnation or inaction at the district and the local level, the smaller municipal levels. That mainly can be attributed to limited resources and limited capacities to be able to conduct risk and vulnerability assessments, as well as limited access to resources for the actual implementation of the climate response actions that are put forward. Why we think local government is important is because, you know, these are the areas where the complexities of rapid population growth, urbanization, food and water insecurity, as well as service delivery collide with the climate change impacts that the country is facing. There are also frontline core infrastructure services that are really important in terms of making sure that there is a community engagement and that municipalities are able to respond to climate change impacts at a very fast pace, which is something that is really required for the broader transition to sustainability for the country. And as a result, municipalities are really should be at the heart of our country's climate response action and the just transition agenda, which, as I mentioned, will have profound implications for their own service delivery mandate as well as future competitiveness. So local government really has got an important role to play within the climate action agenda. In terms of coordinating action at the local level and ensuring just transition measures within the municipal areas, as well as integrating the just transition principles when they are delivering basic services such as clean access to clean water, access to energy, access to sanitation, public transport, as well as education and healthcare. They also have got a responsibility to empower their communities, their ward committees, civil society organizations in their jurisdiction to engage in various discussions in terms of how they are going to transition to a new zero emissions economies. So some of the challenges I touched on them already. They vary, but the biggest is really the challenge of lack of technical capacity, lack of access to finance to be able to mainstream climate change response and just transition within municipal budgets, plans, infrastructure investments, and service delivery. There's also a clear, evident lack of relevant localized data and science on climate change, to be able to assist municipalities to identify some of the climate change impacts, the just transition imperatives, and impacts, as well as identify vulnerabilities within their municipal jurisdiction, along with the adaptation requirements required for them to develop local climate action plans, as well as integrating this into their IDPs and infrastructure investment plans, as well as service delivery. The municipal finance mechanisms are an impediment because they always prioritize short-term least cost options rather than looking at the life cycle costs of some of the investments that would need to be put forward to be able to mitigate the impacts of climate change. The political and the planning timeframes that are predicted on short-term outcomes vis-a-vis the long-term view, which is required by climate change, is another challenge that local government is facing. So in terms of the bill itself, we circulated the bill. We also engaged municipalities in a session to be able to give us inputs and also written comments on the bill itself, and these were consolidated and submitted to this committee. We perceive as organized local government, the climate change bill as being very progressive, something that is really going to galvanize the whole of society in terms of responding to the impacts of climate change. Once it becomes an act, we believe it will help us to formalize the approach that the country will take in terms of tackling the climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as building a strong foundation that is required for government, civil society, and communities to respond to climate change. Some of the key municipal comments and concerns I have summarized in this slide. That they range from the opinion that the bill itself doesn't consider the local municipalities in terms of categories B and C municipal roles. The bill itself, it doesn't differentiate municipal categories, and we see a lot of focus on metros and districts and locals being left behind, even though they provide some of the critical services like distribution of electricity, and as well as waste management and air quality. The bill does also it doesn't take into account whether the municipalities have the necessary skills and the capacity and expertise to be able to achieve the 1 year time frame that it sets, conduct to put together the climate change response plans. We feel that we need to review the timelines for municipalities to undertake climate change needs and response assessments based on their existing capacities and capabilities. Also that there's a need to ensure that there is financial, technical, and capacity support that comes through the climate change bill to enable implementation at the local government level. These following slides really just go into the detail of the summary that I had just touched on, Chairperson, in terms of the specifics that looks at in starting with the institutional arrangements, what I've just mentioned, the issues around the alignment with the existing laws and policies, for example, SPLUMA being one, and also just in terms of the clarity around the committees, how they'll be reporting to Parliament, and yes, and making some of the pertinent proposals in terms of breaking down the description of the municipalities in the bill and providing harmonization with existing policies and ensure integration within all the three levels of government. In terms of the response, just the request that the timelines be reviewed to ensure that municipalities are supported and capacitated to be able to conduct the risk and vulnerability assessments and produce the climate action plans, as well as making provision for funding and capacity building for municipalities to be able to play a role in the climate action agenda. On the national adaptation to impacts of climate change, just to requesting that the bill be clear on the designation of the role of the climate change officer, just like what the Air Quality Act and the Waste Management Act, making it very clear in terms of talking about climate change officers in this case. That the bill should also be able to serve as a tool that will prohibit or even discourage those actions that might happen, that might just regress the efforts of everyone to be able to move forward. And on the greenhouse gas emissions and removals, that we saw that there was no mention of the carbon tax incentives and the disincentives, as well as the fiscal measures under the general penalties. And the general penalties are too conservative, that maybe this is an area that can also be reviewed, and that the minister must review and revise budgets within a reasonable time if the national greenhouse gas inventory demonstrates an increase in emissions above the national trajectory. We also noted that there was no requirement for cities or in general municipalities to conduct greenhouse gas inventories to measure their individual contribution, and we feel that this is something that needs to be looked at as well and revised. So in terms of the closing slide, Chairperson, in terms of the recommendations, we request that the Portfolio Committee make a note of SALGA's submission with the following recommendations. Firstly, to ensure that there's financial, technical, and capacity support to enable local government to implement climate change actions. The bill should give guidance to the financing mechanisms for climate change response implementation, that it must be explicit in stating the percentage of the country's emission reductions, and limit provinces to play really an oversight role and rather support municipalities to actually be involved in the actual implementation of climate change actions. And that lastly, that the bill should address some of the structural inequalities in our society that we face, where women, youth, children, and people with disabilities are mostly to be the ones that bear the most brunt when it comes to the negative impacts of climate change. Thank you so much, Chair.
Member Rema. Honorable members, may I invite you to engage the presentation of SALGA. I note you, Honorable Singh. Please proceed.
Thank you very much.
You'll be followed by Honorable Winkler.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Marema, for that very well thought out and structured presentation that you've given the Portfolio Committee. But I see the thread that runs through it is the lack at local government level of both financial and human resources. Now, I think that applies to every sector that we have in every service provision item that we have at local government. Now, has there been any thought given to how local government is going to address these challenges that we have with climate change at the coalface without adequate resources and human and financial? And secondly, do you think it might be an idea to suggest to Treasury that they ring fence special grants to municipalities so that they can deal with the issue of climate change? Because it's such an important issue, as we move forward. I mean, if we have incessant floods, rains, and people dying of lack of water, etc., I think climate change is one of the most important issues in our country, or it's going to be as we move forward. So would SALGA consider, recommending to Treasury ring-fenced special grant to deal with climate change mitigation interventions? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Winkler.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presenter. My question is, okay, so obviously municipalities are going to be at the forefront of, I think, climate change impacts. I mean, we've seen the number of local disasters and the inability of municipalities to actually adequately react with resources and in terms of the time frame, like we've had many disasters like flooding in KZN. And so my question is, what assistance or skills development capacitation have local municipalities actually received so far from provincial and national government? How are they actually devolving climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience to local municipalities? And also, I think Honorable Singh did touch on something. There are specific grants available, I think, that are made possible by the Green Climate Fund for certain technical capacitation, especially at local government level, and whether, you know, the various structures have been made aware of this. So it does help to then equip municipalities to actually implement the type of climate change policies that the department is trying to enact. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Winkler. Honorable Mbata, followed by Honorable Mkunu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Memorema. I just want firstly to thank you on the presentation, and I want to get clarity from you, because if all municipalities have their climate change human resources, because I believe that not all municipalities have the climate change resources, human resources and budget. If not all municipalities have got that, and what are your plans in making sure that they have the climate change human resources, and not only climate change, also equality? But I know with equality, it's usually being done, implemented by the environmental health practitioners in the local municipality. But I want also to get from you that usually you are correct. The climate change, it's in most cases, it affects the infrastructure and everything from the local level, of which mostly the municipalities are the ones that are affected. But according to the IDP, of which now they are busy doing the public meetings on the IDP, have you indicated to them that they need also to plan and budget for the climate change and equality issues in their IDP that is currently being they are conducting the public participation or as the municipality? I wanted to ask that, and also to say on the issue of waste management, you've touched it. In most cases, when we're doing our public hearing, we get lots of questions and lots of concerns on the waste management, which is the responsibility of the local municipality. And I know at SALGA you have directorate that deals directly with waste management with the local municipality. How best do you think this can be corrected? Because it's a serious issue, especially on the illegal dumping and also the awareness. And now most of the municipalities, because they don't have funds, they like in Tshwane, they have issued a communique that they are not cleaning the illegal dumping. But if you look at the Constitution, it says all communities have the right to the clean and healthy environment. So if you can just give me those 3 questions answers. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Honorable Mkunu, followed by Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you and greetings to honorable members and the presenters. Thank you, Salga, for the presentation. My question and comments are based on 3 issues. The first one, it's the issue of the grant funding, which Honorable Singh touched on. But I understand that in your presentation, what you are implying is that it shouldn't be an unfunded mandate. The issue of climate change when it is devolved to local government. But now, with the MIG funding, with the have you made some suggestions on how, have you thought about suggesting on how MIG can be structured so that it can accommodate the issue of climate change when it comes to the infrastructure, when it comes to different issues that really affects local government when it comes to this particular issue that we're talking about. On the inclusion of local municipalities, yes, I agree. But do you have a suggestion of how do we then manage, how it should be managed? The issue of the role of a district as having a mandate of dealing with the disaster management, and the local government, the local municipality under that particular district. That goes together with that proposal that you presented of talking about the National Adaptation Plan, which is my third point, which says in the national, your concern is a 1 year period time frame of developing that national plan. And on the other hand, when you talk about these roles, having the district currently dealing with the disaster as part of their mandate, because they are mandated by the Act to do so. What is it that you think we should include? How is it? Is it not possible? Let me rephrase my question. Is it not possible for this adaptation plan to be done within a year if it is coordinated within the district development model that is currently in operation in district municipalities in different municipalities, because it brings together the locals and the districts to work as a team. Yes, I know they've been working as a team, but this time this model really ensures that one they work together. So, and on the National Adaptation Plan, my last question is that, are we in the development of it by the local government, say the Local Adaptation Plan, when they have to develop it, is it the 1 year period, is it because of the human resource capacity, or is it because you need to undergo a study before you can even implement it? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkunu. Honorable Zamini.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. I think it is well informative. My questions, most of them have been already tabled, but the one that I have, my understanding is that now the bill is something for future plan that has not yet been implemented, but we are trying by all means to get a plan how to deal with the question of climate change. But the climate change, it is a reality that now we are living with. Now, I'm not sure whether SALGA have thought thorough about the question of trying to enforce municipalities in order to make sure they implement the bylaws. If you check where actually there are a lot of floods, you'll find that now they will say it's a poor drainage system that makes a lot of these floods to be there. Therefore, we're not making sure that now those systems are being improved, its capacities and all that. What plan do SALGA have in order to make sure that now, as while we are dealing with the bill, but at the present moment, we are implementing the bylaws that are there, of which to some of other municipalities, these things are not being done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. Mema Rema.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you for all the honorable members for their very good questions. I'll just respond them in order of the way that they were provided, starting with Honorable Singh, who asked about the issues around in response to the issues around lack of resources, particularly particularly financial resources, the possibility of SALGA lobbying the National Treasury for ring-fencing some of the funds that can be channeled to climate change action. We have actually have been engaging on this. We just recently completed we held a national a local government environment in Daba. And part of what we were doing there was to indicate the extent to which the environmental sector is being funded nationally and how much of that is actually making its way finally into the local government. So we've got the research that we have conducted. We've got and we have been feeding these through our municipal finance cluster within SALGA that interacts through the Fiscal Finance Commission as well as through the IGR with National Treasury to be able to lobby for an increase. I know that in a number of interactions. There was really hesitation around ring-fencing some, resources that can be channeled just specifically for environmental action within local government. But it is part of the broader local government financing advocacy program that SALGA is running. So we also did the same in terms of waste management to be able to look at what could be the challenge, why municipalities are not performing. And we looked at the budgets as well as the expenditures of the metros as well as the districts, and we're able to utilize that to also engage with the municipalities themselves to say, to be fair and to be honest, municipalities are able to generate some revenue from their waste management function. And the challenge that we are now facing, that SALGA is lobbying the political leadership as well as the administrative leadership of municipalities, is the fact that those investments are not being brought back into the municipality to be brought back into the function, for example, of waste management. So we are doing a dual advocacy and engagement, both at Treasury, but also within the municipalities themselves, to be able to point out where municipalities could be able to make some adjustments and provision for making sure that they are able to deliver the services that they're supposed to deliver. The question of Honorable Winkler asking around the capacity building and the support of both national and province to support municipalities. I think SALGA has got a very great relationship with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and we have together what is called the local government support strategy and implementation plan that runs on a 5-year basis. And within that program, that's where we have been together as a sector supporting municipalities on the various areas, particularly on waste, air quality, as well as on climate change, to be able to prepare them to understand what is the role that they would have to play. But again, how they can start already mainstreaming climate change in their service delivery mandates around water provision, sanitation, and the likes. In terms of the application for the Green Climate Fund, yes, we are supporting municipalities to identify projects that can be packaged to be able to access not only the Green Climate Fund, but other funds that are available in the country and internationally to be able to access. And there are already some municipalities that have accessed a number of funds to be able to implement. And what we are talking about in terms of the comments in the bill is just to be able to do what Honorable Tunu was talking about, to make sure that it doesn't result in an unfunded mandate where municipalities do not really know how they are going to be able to fund the implementation of climate change. The questions by Honorable Mbata on the whether the issue within municipalities, is it a lack of human resources or a lack of budget in terms of developing the climate change plans, and why we would say that the 1 year time frame is not enough. It is both, Honorable Mbata. It is both in terms of lack of human resources within municipalities, as well as lack of budgets. And together with the department, there has been a concerted effort to be able to support municipalities to make sure that there is capacity. There is a process that the department has just concluded right now to be able to allocate graduates and to be placed at the local level of municipalities, because already the department has already made provision to have officials placed that are hired through their program to be placed at the districts. So there is a concerted effort, and we believe that that is going to encourage. But as we sort out the issues around the funding of the environmental mandate of local government from the National Treasury side, we will make sure that municipalities have got very clear environmental management business units that incorporates all the functions that they have to perform, from waste management, air quality, biodiversity, as well as the climate change, because then we will know how those functions are going to be clearly funded from the fiscus, and how we can be able to then capacitate them once they have the capable business units that are all in line with the municipal prototypes that the department, together with COPTA as SALGA, have already worked, and to be able to indicate to municipalities of a particular category, this is the structure that you need to adopt, and these are the functions that you need to be able to fit in, to fill in. And in terms of the concerns around waste management, this is an ongoing work that SALGA is working on right now. We are having weekly sessions led by the department, as well as presidency and DPME, including MISA, for us to look at what are the innovative ways that we could be able to introduce to make sure that municipalities are budgeting for the waste management, but again, that the provinces are able to support them adequately, and where there is a just pure, inaction, or where municipalities are really just not doing their part, that the relevant authorities are able to come on board to be able to make sure that that municipality takes responsibility. Because I want to believe that there's a huge concerted effort led by the department and ourselves as SALGA to be able to provide support, where we are making sure that there are model bylaws that are adopted and passed at council to be able to implement, and to make sure that there is enforcement through the municipal safety directorate, where the municipalities would have to make sure that they have got the human resources to be able to police and to enforce the bylaws, because some of the challenges that we're facing are just really requiring what one of the honorable members was saying, just to be able to enforce. Because once we are able to do that, it means that the whole of the citizens of that municipality will not take advantage of the fact that there is a recurrent non-compliance or non-adherence with the bylaws. The questions that were posed by Honorable Tunu on the possibility of looking at MIG to be able to support municipalities, it is something that we are already working on together with the DFFE. We've already, I believe, it is starting to bear fruit with regard to how MIG is now being utilized for municipalities to be able to purchase waste management equipment. And the same thing we are currently working on to look at other areas within the environmental mandate, and that municipalities can start using MIG to be able to purchase, for example, what is needed for the air quality monitoring stations, and looking at how can MIG be augmented to assist municipalities to to ensure that there's climate proofing of infrastructure, which is usually an added cost when one has to look at how to build infrastructure that is responding to the climate change impacts that have been projected within the area. So yes, thank you so much. And on the issues of the roles and responsibilities between districts and locals with regard to the performance of the function, Honorable Mkhulu, so in terms of this, there's a study that SALGA just conducted in the previous financial year to look at the issues around the powers and functions, and we looked at issues around disaster management because that also falls within our cluster. And what we realize is that there are districts that are, yes, they are capable of performing the functions, but there are others that are not able to. You'll find that within a district there are smaller local municipalities that are much more capacitated and much more stronger than the district itself. And one of the recommendations that we are making to COCTA is that we need to actually have a differentiated approach in that case and actually streamline and make sure that the district and the local enter into service level agreements and that gets followed through by a request to the MEC of Treasury in the particular province to make sure that the municipality or the district, be it a district or local, that is performing that function at that time is the one that is able to get the equitable share. For example, when you talk about disaster management. But we believe that there has to be a differentiated approach with regard to performance of these functions because of the capacity and the capability differences that exist in various districts and various locals. So for us, it is also important to make sure that smaller local municipalities within the district, when we're working with the district to develop a disaster management plan or a climate change adaptation plan, or even a climate change response plan, that the locals also do also produce, and it may not be, say, 5 years, a 5-year plan, but they can develop 1 year plans with very clear targets and outputs in terms of what is it that is going to be happening at the local level. Because it is important that we also are able to channel resources to strengthen the smaller local municipalities to be able to respond. And I know that the district development model, the DDM, and provides us with an opportunity. However, at the moment, it is still being polished and it is still being refined. To be able to arrive at a place where we really can feel confident that it is really yielding the benefits that we are looking for, to be able to integrate all the 3 levels of government to make sure that we have got one consolidated plan with a one consolidated budget that is going to enable us to build the resilience that we need at the local level. And in terms of the question asked by Honorable Dlamini, I think I already touched on it in terms of the issues around bylaws and enforcement of the bylaws. SALGA is really focusing a lot on this because we see it as one of those low-hanging fruit interventions that municipalities, once guided by ourselves as SALGA, to develop model bylaws and model frameworks and plans that they can adapt and then adopt through council, and then be supported to establish units units that are going to go out there and make sure that those bylaws are really enforced. We can already start to see a bit of traction. So I think, yeah, in a nutshell, Chairperson, I hope I have answered. Thank you.
Chair, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I was not aware I had muted. I'm sorry. Memorandum just on my side. Many of our municipalities look at environmental matters as luxury. and I've not really gotten a sense that municipalities are allocating sufficient resources away from this particular sector. What is SALGA doing in this regard? What proportions of municipal budget is currently allocated to climate change, or what proportions would you like to see allocated? My concern is that there is enough money at municipal level for climate action, but we must also ensure that SALGA members should sort out these issues of unclean audits, etc., etc. So if you can get a sense, so what would you like to see as a proportion that is allocated to climate action?
No, thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson, for your question. And yes, I do agree with you that some of the municipalities are really not paying the necessary attention that is required for environmental management broadly. And it is our responsibility to make sure that they do, and they understand that this is a function that the Constitution sets very clear that they must be able to perform. And what we are doing, Chairperson, is to literally, after many attempts of engaging with our members to raise the profile and to really make them understand the importance of this, which we have done in the beginning of the first, in the beginning of the new term. We do it in the beginning of every term of local government, where we induct the new incoming councillors on the importance of environmental management. We conduct councillor inductions and trainings so that they understand and what role they need to play as councillors for providing oversight. We then went and looked at, assessed the IDPs, assessed their budgets. And, it is disappointing to say that environmental management, including disaster management, doesn't really very much feature within the municipal IDPs and the budgets. And what we have since done is we went and looked at the review criteria that is used by both COGTA to review the IDPs and the national and Treasury, including the provincial treasuries, to review the budgets of municipalities and approve them. And we found that within those review criteria and frameworks, that there lies another challenge, because municipalities can't just be able to pass an IDP and a budget and get them approved, even though it doesn't include some of the critical functions like environmental management, even the ones that are very clear. It's very clear that they are being funded from the national fiscus, and we have since then requested these two sector departments to review those assessment criteria, and to say that it needs to be done in consultation with municipalities. So they need to know that when it comes to a session to review an IDP and to review a budget, if they haven't factored in some of these functions within their IDPs and within their budget, that they won't get approval, that they will be sent back to be able to make sure that those functions are included in there. So that's another measure that we are taking. In terms of what would be the desired allocation from the budgets to be channeled for climate change, we haven't really done an assessment and came up with the issue, and I think that's something that we will. But what we are doing also is to really socialize the issues around climate change and just transition, to say that it doesn't have to be a standalone. There are already opportunities within the existing environmental management as well as broader service delivery mandates of municipalities, in delivering water, in delivering electricity and water and sanitation. There lies in the opportunities that it is, and what we have done is to put together a framework that assists a municipality when it putting together infrastructure development plan to make sure that it is already responding to the issues of climate change. We started this work in the past 3 years. That we do not have to wait for the bill to become an act and to be able to know where the funding is going to come from. There are already opportunities that are embedded in the mandate. Instead of delivering a road or delivering water to a community and you're doing a water project, you need to think about what is your risk and vulnerability assessment saying in your area. What kind, are you going to be affected by droughts? Are you going to be affected by floods? How do you construct this kind of infrastructure to already respond to the potential negative impact that the assessments are already telling us? So we are tackling this matter, Honorable Chairperson, from a number of angles, engaging both municipalities using our national working group within SALGA that focuses on issues of environmental management and climate resilience to really assist us to champion and to profile the importance around the importance around environmental management and climate resilience, not to be treated as an option, because it has the potential of undermining a lot of development and resources that already municipalities are investing in what they call priority. That if they neglect the issues of climate change, all of those investments will be definitely undermined and might just be destroyed and result into naught. And then they would have to again be able to find additional resources which will probably cost a lot more as compared to efforts that they would have to take to be proactive and really factor the issues around climate change and environmental management beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marema. I'm not too sure. I want to assume the absence of hands means that there are no follow-ups. You are ready for the next ones. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mema Rema. But while you are here, I want to highlight to you that there's an issue also on the EMIs within the municipalities. Some municipalities don't have the EMIs, and by law they are supposed to have them, and that it causes a serious problem on the triple e-waste or e-waste recyclers management or control, where you'll find that there's illegal banning of this triple e-waste in order for them to get the actual resources from this triple e-waste. And we have a lot of unlicensed of these recyclers. How are you going to, or you have a plan? What is your plan to assist those municipalities which does not have the EMIs on place because they're supposed to employ them? And how do you see yourself or a strategy to assist in controlling of this unlicensed triple e-waste recyclers, so that we can reduce the issue of the banning of the waste which is being done at the moment? And also it's also part of the cable theft. Most of the cable theft that is being done, it's being sold to this unlicensed triple e-waste recyclers. And the other thing I've seen, I'll refer back to my municipality, which is Tshwane. They are the speaker has issued an instruction that all the councillors must do an awareness when they are doing their public meetings on the bill. There's a bill that they are busy with of the basic education. But I've seen that, but I've never seen that with when it comes to climate change bill. can we request that through your office that the municipalities, the Speaker office, do that? Because if they can do that with other bills, can we request also to create that awareness on climate change bill? And the last one also, which also has a very bad impact on climate change, is the issue of the MRFs that are being closed, not because of other issues, but because of infights between the municipal management and the MRF management. How can you deal with such issues? Because they contribute to the issue of climate change. Thank you. And I'm happy also with the graduates, because I know University of Northwest Potchefstroom, they do work with the municipalities on the graduates, both undergraduates and the postgraduates on environmental issues, and they become also part and parcel to assist on those environmental issues. But it's not happening in all the municipalities, depending on the universities that are next to them. How best can we utilize such resources? Thank you.
Member Rema, that will be your final take.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Mbata, for your detailed questions. The issue of the AMIs is currently on our agenda. The department went and sought a legal opinion on the role of EMIs in the local authorities. And they have since then handed that over to SALGA for us to be able to also look and see how we're going to interpret, because there has always been a bit of vagueness in terms of the role of local authority EMIs in terms of what are some of the functions that they should be enforcing. So we are currently busy with that from the SALGA side, together in partnership with the department, to be able to clarify. And we are hoping that once we have done that, we can then complete the process that the department started, to be able to develop clear guidelines in terms of what the local local authority EMIs are supposed to go out and enforce. So we are dealing with that, and I know that waste management is one of those, including the air quality and others. So it is going to be included as part of that clarifying the mandate of the local government EMIs. And definitely, Chairperson, we will issue that communique to all the municipal speakers to request all the local, all the councillors to be able to raise awareness around the climate change bill. We ourselves have been doing it through our provincial, SALGA provincial members assemblies, as well as provincial executive councils and provincial working groups. We have got provincial working groups on environmental management and climate resilience, and we have been communicating the importance and making presentations, in fact, inviting the department to come and make presentations on the importance of the climate change bill and the implications it has for local government. And we are going to intensify that in this current financial year as well, until we feel that municipalities are really aware of what climate change is and what role they need to play. And we are integrating this into the broader program that we are embarking on climate change, on assisting municipalities to develop climate change action plans, as well as we are developing communication and communication materials on the just transition and its implication to local government. And we are pleased that we have got 2 local government champions that have since been taken up as commissioners in the climate change, in the Presidential Climate Change Commission. They are very committed to really assisting us to profile and to raise awareness on issues of climate change, as well as what just transition measures local government would have to take. So this is a core focus of my portfolio within SALGA in this current financial year, working hand in hand with the local government support directorate within the department itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mema Rema. Lebogile go menagane mme le kamoso. Can we now invite the UN Poison and Sausa?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The name there is Unpoison. We're not affiliated with the UN just yet. So it's Unpoison.
Oh, is it one word?
It's one word, yes.
All
the
right,
opposite of poison is Unpoison. Thank you very much. I am going to be sharing my screen. Let me just make sure that I can share. Screen. Oopsie. There we go. Can you see my slideshow?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to present today, honourable members of the committee. My name is Anna Shevel. I represent Unpoison and the South African organic sector who jointly submitted this comment with us. So I'm not going to get too deeply into the details. I'm going to keep the presentation fairly simple and fairly high level. Our comment is very robust in terms of technical, legal, and policy framework details, and we can refer back to them if need be. I'm going to start with very general comments on the climate bill, and then I'm going to shift the focus to agriculture, which we believe can play an incredible role in the solution for climate change and carbon emissions. Right, let me make sure that I can work this right. So our general comment on the climate bill covers, I think, what many people, sorry, I'm reading, what many other organizations have covered. So I'm not going to take too long with these. These include insufficient guiding criteria to achieve the outcome of the bill. It relies on the outdated 2015 NDC contributions under UNFCCC instead of the targets set by South Africa's cabinet last year under the Climate Action Plan. The provisions for compliance and enforcement are extremely weak, making the bill rather ineffective. Critical mitigation measures have no deadlines, such as an emissions trajectory, carbon budgets, and sector emission targets. The time frame given to the sectors are very long, 4 years for sectors and 5 years for municipalities, and they don't reflect the urgency of the climate crisis and how we need to respond. Then, as we've been discussing in detail before I've come on, the burden of implementation falls significantly onto provincial and municipal government. It's not clear how local governments will finance its commitments, and the provisions need to be made for expertise, capacity building, and financial support of the departments. So now that I've discussed the general comments on the bill, I'm going to shift to agriculture's role. And the South African agricultural sector, as we know, is extremely vulnerable to climate change, but it also poses an incredible opportunity. It's a unique sector in that it contributes significantly to carbon emissions and climate change, releasing CO2 with agricultural practices and land use. But it also holds the key to carbon capture. We can store significant amounts of CO2 in the ground with a shift in agricultural practices. So setting definite emission targets for mitigation and capture is absolutely key to be included in the climate change policy and bill. So I'm going to look at broadly at some of the environmental impacts of food and agriculture. And these are important because agriculture, the sector of agriculture has changed the Earth's surface more than any other activity or sector on Earth. And in South Africa, we have 79% of our land is used by agriculture. So the activities of agriculture have a significant impact on climates microclimates, on local climates, and they can really change climate patterns ongoing over a period of time. Then, as we know, South Africa is a water-scarce country, and the agricultural sector uses 62% of our freshwater use. So this becomes very important when we understand that climate change is going to reduce the amount of fresh water that we have available. I am coming back to greenhouse gas emissions. Then 70% of our surface water is polluted by agricultural chemicals. And this also prevents the water bodies from playing a role in the carbon cycles, as well as damaging the ecosystems and making less water available for us. Then in South Africa, we've lost 50% of our biodiversity to agriculture as well. And we know that biodiversity and thriving ecosystems play a really important role in the natural systems that stabilize climate. So if we look at taking on good greenhouse gas emissions targets in the agricultural sector, we can actually impact significantly all these other areas of environmental impact that agriculture has. And this obviously relates also to public health and jobs and the economy and future generations' food security. So I'm going to look briefly at the breakdown of global agricultural emissions. A quarter of the global emissions come from the agricultural sector. And a recent study by the UN shows that a third of all global emissions come from our food system. So it's a really, really important area to focus on. I haven't included South Africa's data because our agricultural sector data is very deficient. And a lot of the agriculture, forestry, and other land use data has been omitted from studies, which DFFE, I know, is very aware of and is working on including in future calculations. So now that we've had a look at how agriculture impacts emissions and climate change, let's look at the opposite and how climate change impacts agriculture. All of these things we're very aware of: erratic rainfall, increased storms and intensity, increased CO2 coming from the land use changes and heat, increased temperatures, increased desertification, increased droughts, rising sea levels, increased flooding, and increased salinization. It also increases pests and the disease of our crops and how the crops are, how susceptible they are to disease and pests. It lowers our yields and it results in lower nutritive quality for our food, which is a very sensitive topic in South Africa, where we suffer from malnutrition and hunger. So the impact of climate change on agriculture, our water security, our food security, creates economic losses, job losses, rise food costs, and have significant public health impacts. So now I would like to briefly a little film will explain better than I can the role that agriculture can play as a solution as a climate and greenhouse gas solution. I just want to make sure, oh, excuse me, I'm just going to stop share and share the correct screen. Share. I am not able to, is it allowing, oh, I am sharing the screen. Hold on a second, sorry. I must just get my Zoom screen showing correctly. Sorry, this was always a risk. But I hope the risk will be worth it. Right, okay.
If you're like most people, you're probably feeling a little hopeless about climate change and the damage we've done to the planet. Well, now there's a new way to look at climate change and how to deal with it that might just turn that hopelessness into hope. Climate change has much carbon in our atmosphere. But carbon is not our enemy. It's the building block of life. Everything alive is made of it, even us. The problem and the solution are simply a matter of balance. Let's step back and look at the 5 pools where carbon is stored on the planet. Starting off 500 million years ago, when plants first appeared on land, carbon began to cycle in an amazing balance between these pools, a balance that allowed for life as we know it from afar. Then one life form, that would be us, figured out how to extract carbon from the fossil fuel, which was pretty much a timeout zone. We've been burning it for energy, putting into play, disrupting that balance. The way we manage land and do agriculture is moving even more carbon into the atmosphere. Specifically, we've moved 880 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which is heating up the planet and destabilizing our climate. The oceans have absorbed a lot of this excess carbon, throwing off the ocean's balance, resulting in ocean acidification and accelerating a mass extinction of sea life. So in order to save life as we know it, of course, we need to stop burning fossil carbon. The big question is, where do we put this excess carbon to get the cycle back in balance? The good news is that the answer is literally right under our feet. It's the soil. Plants, using sunlight and water, naturally perform photosynthesis. They pull carbon in from the air and turn it into carbohydrates, sugars. Then they pump some of these sugars down through the roots to feed microorganisms who use that carbon to build healthy soil. Voila, carbon moves. The plants pump it in and the soil stores it. Nature's living technology is amazing. Scientists have recently discovered that applying a thin layer of compost can help regenerate healthy soil, setting up an ongoing feedback loop that brings more and more carbon into the soil each year. Together with other regenerative practices like not tilling the soil, planting trees and cover crops, and planned grazing, we can build and retain billions of tons of soil carbon. This is carbon farming. This is regenerative agriculture. Unlike more carbon in the atmosphere, more carbon in the ground is good for us. It makes healthy soil, which is nutrient rich and full of life and holds way more water. This means more nutritious food and crops that are more resilient in the face of drought. That's good news for farmers, families, and everyone who eats. Remember this, the way we grow our food, fiber, and fuel either puts carbon up into our atmosphere or pulls it down into the ground. The regeneration of soil is the task of our generation. Our health, the health of our soils, and the health of our planet are one and the same.
Right, I will go back to my presentation now. I hope you enjoyed that video. Right, just getting my screen back. Great. Sorry. Okay. Share. All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. So now that we've looked at the solution that agriculture poses, I'm just going to refocus on agrochemicals with relation to farming practices, specifically nitrogen fertilizers, contribute 3% to global greenhouse gas emissions. 50% of the nitrogen fertilizers applied, generally up to 50%, can become waste. But what that means is it actually turns into pollution, causing algal blooms and ocean dead zones. It increases soil salinity, and up to 50% of our agricultural emissions come from nitrogen. Nitrogen is 300 times more potent than CO2. It causes acid rain and depletes nutrients. So you can look at a comparison done of fruit and vegetables over 70 years. And you can see that not necessarily only attributed to nitrogen in the soils, but to industrial agricultural practices, the mineral content of our fruit and vegetables has declined incredibly. And you can see it illustrated between the fertilizer diet and the soil health diet of the plants. You see those very weak roots and a very weak plant, and soil that is very deficient in microbes and organic matter. Whereas on the other side, you see a very healthy root system, high levels of soil carbon and microbes, and then a nice healthy green plant full of nutrients. I'd also like to talk about pesticides, because pesticides have largely been omitted from climate change policies. And we know that pesticides have a very damaging effect on environments, on biodiversity, and also on soil microbes. Now, there's a vicious cycle with pesticide use, because as climate change increases, so the crops are targeted by more pests, or the climate zones for pests increase. That results in more pesticide use, and also pesticides develop resistance to the pesticides, and this all weakens the crop resilience. It also takes 10 times more fossil fuel to create a kilogram of pesticide than it does of nitrogen. 90% of our chemicals that we use come from fossil fuels. And some pesticides have 5,000 times more greenhouse gas effect than CO2. And when they're used synergistically, and there are no studies around how pesticides and chemicals all work together when they're combined, but how they work synergistically can increase nitrous oxide release by up to 7-fold. So it's very important that we do look at pesticide or reducing pesticide use when it comes to agricultural emissions targets. So just briefly, I did discuss there's a vicious cycle of soil degradation and climate change. Climate change causes extreme weather events, degrades our soil, results in flooding and drought. It increases poor soil and poor planet health and poor human health, lower plant yields. And so we use even more fossil fuels and more pesticides. And this is becomes incredibly costly, as we know that a lot of this is imported and relies on the fossil fuel industry. So now I'd like to have a look at the global source of emissions, and also how we capture emissions. So you can see on the left-hand side, we are looking at the current sources of emissions, and food and agriculture accounts for 25%. I'm going to be focusing on the green stream that goes in, and that is, it provides our mitigation opportunities. Then on the right-hand side, we have the sinks, the natural sinks that sequester carbon. And we're going to have a look in more detail at the very important land sink that agriculture provides us, agriculture and land use. And you can see that there's a very big deficit in terms of the amount of emissions that we're producing and the ability to sequester carbon at the moment. So here's just how we're going to focus. The green is the source of emissions. Now remember that these are global emissions and not necessarily exactly how South Africa's emissions breakdown works. But a source of emissions is waste, agricultural waste, how we damage ecosystems as a result of agriculture, and also agricultural practices. On the right-hand side, we can see that shifting agricultural practices plays an incredibly big role in the ability to store and sequester emissions, as well as protecting and restoring ecosystems and using degraded land to a lesser extent. So just focusing in on the source of emissions, and these are South African stats. A third of all food produced in South Africa is wasted. So if we think about the water that goes into that food waste, a fifth of South Africa's food waste lands wasted in food waste. So there is an opportunity to look at addressing food waste when it comes to, or agricultural food waste when it comes to mitigation strategies. And you can see that agriculture post harvest for 50% of our food waste. Now I'm going to be focusing in more on the possibility for land sinks. And this is the part that we're really excited about as a sector. If you remember, agriculture uses 79% of our land in South Africa. So that creates an incredible opportunity to have a look at how we can actually use that land to efficiently capture carbon. Now, if you
We've lost the sound.
Frustration.
Hello.
Ms. Shovel, we lost you for a minute there. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry. Did my reception go?
Yeah, you got cut a bit. We can hear you now. Please proceed as you summarize. Okay, we lost her. Okay, you're back. Can you hear us? Please unmute.
Yes, I can hear you. Apologies for that. Where did you get to?
We probably lost just one sentence.
Okay. Okay, so I wanted to just show the size of South Africa's agricultural sector in terms of our land use. Incredibly for us. It's made of grassland, savannas, and karoo. And the good news is that these types of habitat, I see my connection is unstable, goodness. These types of habitat hold incredible opportunities for storing carbon from the atmosphere. So anyway, I'm having a problem with that slide. Okay, so I will skip it. But what I want to do, the most important part is this was a study going to see a strategic approach towards management and enhancement of carbon sinks. And it was done in 2019 for GIZ. And you can see the incredible opportunities that grasslands, croplands, and bioenergy have when it comes to sequestering emissions and reducing overall emissions for South Africa. I think that these are really, really exciting. And if we look at a shift in practices and look to include strong sequestration targets in the climate change policy and bill, I believe that it could have incredible impacts beyond just climate and climate change. Very much so when we look at water security in South Africa. Remember that when you absorb carbon into the ground in the form of when you absorb it into the ground, it increases water's capacity, the soil capacity to store water. So remember that we use 60% of our water goes to irrigation, which means that if the soil is not storing water effectively, we are losing that water and we can't afford to lose that water. So how climate change impacts water even more is that there's a high likelihood agricultural production in Southern Africa will eventually collapse with low mitigation futures. Livestock production, including meat, milk, will also become unviable. Freshwater availability is already critical, and it will be reduced even further with decreasing rainfall and increasing evaporation. So now looking at how we can how we can improve this when we look at different farming practices. And you can look, starting with conventional, you can see how much water is absorbed by the soil. And as we include other practices like integrating livestock, no-till, cover crop rotation, and perennial plants, you can see how the life in the soil increases, the root systems become deeper, the soil retains more water, and ultimately it's good for carbon, and it's good for storing water and stabilizing extreme water and climate events. So efficient use of water can result in a 79% increase in retention and absorption. And it's extremely important areas of South Africa, impacting livelihoods, especially in poverty, in the poverty, in the areas that suffer the most from poverty. Now, this is just a quick little slide, very interesting, looking at how South Africa compares to some other African countries. Now, in the first and the top left-hand corner, you can see that South Africa has the highest ended agricultural. Looking at the left, top left, we're also the highest user of nitrogen fertilizers per hectare. But when it comes to the value add in terms of our GDP, we're sitting down at the, and there's something very disproportionate happening there. And then also with regards to the employment in agriculture, sitting right down at the bottom. And when you think about the size of agriculture in South Africa, I think that there's an enormous opportunity that through addressing carbon emissions and climate change, we can simultaneously increase our GDP and jobs in the sector. I'm going to go very briefly through what our comment is, and this is the more technical, the weighty stuff. But the climate bill really needs to strike a balance between increasing agricultural production and addressing emissions and other land use. Policies are still in draft form in the Department of Agriculture that can be, including the Conservation Agriculture Policy, the Agroecological Strategy, and the Organic Policy. Conservation of Agricultural Resources Act can play an incredible role in both the climate bill and various agricultural policies, but it has not really been integrated or referenced by DELROD. And it also unlocks keys to sinks and emission reduction. Our comment also addresses in great detail significant gaps in the National Terrestrial Carbon Sinks Report, and it addresses gaps in South Africa's policy regarding agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector, which has largely been omitted. So as I said, it's been omitted from climate change policy with regards to emissions and mitigation. So shifting our agricultural practices and focusing on supporting land sinks for carbon emissions is actually key and can benefit in so many ways. So thank you. I have now finished the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ann Poison. Formerly known as UN Poison. On a lighter note, honorable members, I invite you to engage Ms. Shavel's presentation. Honorable Singh, please proceed.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Shavel. And I think, Chair, you'll take note of the PowerPoint presentation. It's going to be important for something that you and I are doing in the next few days. But that's by the way. And Ms. Shavel, thank you. I think you've highlighted or emphasized what Ms. Crosby was telling us earlier on about the impact of agriculture on climate change issues. Now, in your conclusion and throughout your slides, you've pointed out many challenging areas the pesticides, livestock, etc. I think it's going to help us and our colleagues in agriculture if, you could at some stage furnish us with proposals, firm proposals to deal with less use of pesticides, to move towards organic farming, because I think that would help the overall objectives that we have in the climate change bill. So I wonder if you would want to just comment on that, and particularly the transition from where we are with pesticides and to organic farming and to other forms of fertilizer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member Singh.
Wait, Ms. Chavel. Please note others. Let's take other hands and then you'll respond to all of them. Honourable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. What is it? It's Miss Anna. Anna, yes, thank you for your good presentation. But I have some questions. I see, yes, you are correct. Agriculture plays a major role in climate change. But I don't know whether what you are presenting to us is a study, because I want to know whether you are aware of the chemicals that the agriculture are using now, because it is also being, I think it's the chemical safety. It's also being monitored by Department of Health, that the chemicals that are being used mustn't be harmful to the environment. And I think, and I'm aware that the farmers have changed the chemicals that are using. And I know that they are also, as agriculture, they are also responsible for issuing of the certificate for the people who are doing pest control. It's being done by agriculture. And there is the Department of Health who is monitoring the chemical storage under hazardous waste, which they give them the license. It's an annual renewal license. Every year they go and inspect and give them the EHPs go and inspect and give them the license as per the inspection on that year for 1 year. Because when we are presenting to us, it's like there's no other chemicals that are being used, yet we know that there's a law that says the chemicals must not be harmful, it must not be harmful to the environment. The other thing is the issue of the food waste, food that is wasted. I know that in most cases, the food that is it's being produced by the farmers, when it's not being utilized. For example, if the market can't take it because of some issues of climate change, they are not in a good quality that they must be sold or be exported, they usually change that waste, food waste, to the manure, which is not coming up in your presentation. And there's, I think the only part is that it's with the small farmers, the up and coming farmers in the small scales ones, where you'll find that maybe they haven't received the proper training. But I know that Department of Agriculture, they are training them on such issues. And there's the issue of the water pollution and water source shortage. I know, I think early 90s, we were doing the awareness on 2020 water saving with the Department of Water by then. Now it's Department of Sanitation, where we're saying by 2020, if we don't save our water, we won't have water. And true, we have passed 2020, we're in 2023, we still have a shortage of water. And I would like to know that what other strategies are there to make sure that we save water and we have our water. Because I know with the farmers, if you go around the farmers, they usually build their own man-made dams that they use to do their irrigation, or they buy these bean tankers. It's like a plastic one where they save their water for winter so that they can use it in their crops. But I will agree with you when you say in water pollution, because in some instances, it's not, we can't only blame the farmers. Also in the rural areas, when the land is slopey, we usually train the community members to say, the top one mustn't build a toilet, a pit latrine toilet. And they mustn't go as deep as more than six feet long. Because the minute they dig that, if the one on the top of the slope build a pit latrine and it goes deeper and it affects until they touch the underground water, then that water is polluted also. And that water, the one also at the end there, because these people also use the boreholes. They also use other streams of water to get water. At the end, they'll get the contaminated water. So I want to know whether you have such trainings in the communities and the rural areas. Also the rivers, because at first we will say the rivers are clean, but they are no longer clean because people use it as a dumping site. They dump whatever that they want to dump there, and it's no longer safe. And when I know that I'm a former EHP, when we're doing the cholera swabs, we'll get a lot of E. coli from the river water. Then I will agree with you that that water is contaminated. But I want to ask, I want to have a question from you that whatever you've presented to us, what are your strategies as a unpoison that you have in order to keep this thing, and the relationship of you working with the Department of Agriculture and the communities, because remember, communities also are doing their backyard food gardens, their small communal food gardens, where they also contribute to this. I want to know, what is the relationship? What are the strategies in order to keep all these things? And are you aware of the current situation that the agriculture, the farmers and the agriculture have in place in order to care for some of the things you have mentioned here? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mbata. Ms. Chevel, what do you think should be the timelines? What timelines would you like to see for the climate change interventions, such as mitigation? Which I think you, in your presentation, you consider it too low. Or what would you see as, what would you like to see as a proposed climate change intervention timeline? But then are there international best practices perhaps elsewhere that you would like us to look at as a committee where we can learn from? I now hand over to you to respond.
Thank you, honourable members, for all of your questions, to answer them. To Honourable Member Singh, we can definitely, there are a number, just coming back to the proposals and working government, I think very important to have a look at the policies that are still sitting in draft form. And the Unpoison Network is comprised of numerous university departments. We have farming groups, we have farm worker organizations, we have academics and experts. And so we could definitely support and be involved in contributing to policies and strategies. I think that was the extent of your question, was around possible involvement. But looking at the draft regulations that are still sitting in draft in Department of Agriculture are very important when it comes to implementing effective strategies. And we need things to be passed to make them effective. Then coming to Honourable Mataba, if I've pronounced that correctly, commenting just on how farmers use chemicals. So we work very closely on agrochemicals, and actually South Africa uses 178 highly hazardous pesticides that have been banned elsewhere in other parts of the world. We have an incredible double standards in terms of the pesticides that the global North, Europe, and the East and the UK making very toxic pesticides that they ban for use on their own land, but we are still importing them in massive quantities here. So effectively, pesticides that are banned to poison people in the North, we're allowing to poison our people. And in very, very high numbers. So we use high quantities of things like chlorpyrifos. I know that that's about to be phased out, but paraquat, atrazine, these are very harmful chemicals. And the chemicals, their inherent nature is to be a poison. So some of them are less toxic than others. But they are designed to kill. They're designed to kill pests or fungi or plants. So it's very difficult to look at agrochemicals and pesticides and say that they're not harmful. They're intrinsically harmful, and that's how they work. We have just established a relationship with the regulator of agrochemicals, who is open to us supporting. Remember that the regulations governing agrochemicals and fertilizers, feeds and fertilizers, was written in 1947. It's already 76 years old. And so it leaves incredible gaps for misuse. Maybe things have changed now when it comes to the Department of Health monitoring. But as far as most areas of agrochemicals, pesticides, how things are applied and checked on farms, it's incredibly deficient. Monitoring is very non-existent, actually, in practice on farms. And when you say that there are pest control operators on farms, we are currently doing research into pest control regulations. And the pest control regulations are actually very good and tight when it comes to structural pest control. So what happens in houses or on silos. It's also better around aerial application, but there are huge gaps with aerial application. And there's also very little monitoring of how pesticides are applied aerially. And that's something that needs to be better looked at. Residents of farming communities aren't warned before there's going to be spraying, and this results in drift and people getting sick from drift, especially farm workers and residents near farms. But most importantly, pest control regulations are practically deficient on farms. It's not a definite requirement on all commercial farms to have a pest control operator overseeing agricultural employees applying the pesticides. And this is where a lot of harm happens, especially to the most vulnerable members. And agricultural workers are often women who are even more susceptible to the endocrine disrupting effects, reproductive toxicology effects, mutagenic effects on fetuses. So I would say that where we are now and where we need to get to in terms of effective regulating and monitoring and enforcement of how we use pesticides and agrochemicals on the farm. There's a very long way to go, but we are starting the process. So that is very good news. I'm just going to come to food waste. Yeah, so just with regards to food waste, remember that there's a great cost that comes to processing food waste, and farmers are already stretched, their backs are up against the wall. It's the most risky profession to be in, and processing food waste is costly. So, you know, when with the crisis with the citrus farmers, where we couldn't export, there was thousands and thousands of tons that were dumped in environmentally sensitive areas. And often farmers just leave, I suppose they leave food waste on the trees because they can't afford to pick it. But there is a significant amount of dumping of agricultural produce. Not all of it gets turned into compost use. And commercial and industrial farms don't really rely much on composting uses. They rely on nitrogen fertilizers. So then just going back to, so also with regards, you said that the Department of Agriculture is training. They're not training in any alternative methods. They're only supplying, giving support and extension services to people that will farm with chemical agriculture. The department doesn't have the capacity or resources, it doesn't have the skills in it at the moment, and it hasn't passed the policy to support alternative farming methods. And this is something, of course, that we will be working with the department to help. Then just with regards to the water pollution, so studies were done that show that 70%, that agricultural chemicals have contributed to 70% of this pollution. Of course, there are other, the waste is a big problem, but I'd just like to share that a lot of the chemicals can be forever chemicals. So when we look at E. coli and other contaminants, eventually, or with the right interventions, you can break these down in the water, you can filter them out, and you could ideally have clean water. But we already have an agricultural chemical called atrazine is found in all of our water sources in South Africa. It's found in our groundwater. It's found in, it's found in every single water source that we have. And it has very terrible effects on reproductive health. So I think that's just why it's important. It's an important focus for Unpoison is the chemical runoff into water. And then just in terms of engaging with the communities, so Unpoison our focus isn't on water. It's water it's water impacted by agrochemicals and farming practices, but there are better nonprofit organizations like Award that works with rural communities and agriculture for better management of rivers and catchment areas. I know that looking at how we manage catchment areas is very, very important when it comes to agriculture. And I also know that there's a war almost between agriculture and the mining sector for water availability and also land use. These are areas that I am not proficient in. So when you ask what are Unpoison strategies to cap this, so Unpoison is a large network, and there are many different organizations working in an aligned manner towards certain goals. Unpoison itself, the core Unpoison, we are working, we're focused on regulatory changes, regulatory and policy changes. And we, at the moment, we're looking at the policy around highly hazardous pesticides and phasing out highly hazardous pesticides from agricultural activities. The regulator has included Group 1B to be phased out. but there is no phase-out plan. He has set the 24th of June as a target, but there's no phase-out plan, and we're still waiting for the presidency to promulgate the regulations that would make this actually come into effect. But as Unpoison, we're going to be working with the regulator and identifying there are another 8 categories beside 1A and 1B of highly hazardous pesticides that also need to be phased out. And we know that you can't just phase things out without having solutions. So it's really important that as a sector, we work to help find solutions that can replace and reduce and restrict those pesticide uses. We are also currently working on the regulations with regards to pest control operators on farms. And I believe that this is going to have a significant positive impact on the plight of farm workers, of women on farms, and of people surrounding farms that are suffering with ill health and economic losses as a result of not being able to work, etc. And then, Honourable Member, that about the timelines, it's not a question that I had prepared for. As a guess, I would say to have our strategies in place and our targets to complete the planning within a year, I think is really possible for the agricultural sector. I would like to see that we have that we start implementing, within the next 12 months. We have the resources, we have the experts, we have the intel, and we can really help to accelerate this. Just in terms of realistic timelines, I would need to consult with others on realistic timelines, but I definitely think within a year is feasible to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Sheldon. Yeah, Honorable Mbata, I suspect that's a legacy hand.
No, that's a legacy hand, Chair.
Okay, let's take this opportunity to thank you, Unpoison.
Thank you.
Also accept our apology earlier. We called you Poison.
I'll take it.
Thank you. All right.
Thank
Can
you.
we now invite the agricultural...
Before we go, I'm Professor Auerbach. We have put some resources from Saosa's side in the chat. So if people want, especially your question about the best practice in agriculture, it's something we've been working on for some time. So I just draw your attention to that. Sorry for butting in. Cheers.
Can I take it that you are responding, you are assisting to us to respond with Unpoison?
Yes, I'm Professor Auerbach from the ARC and from Saoso, and so your question about best practice in organic agriculture, we actually, and this time it was UN, not the UNCTAD, the United Nations Trade and Development, put out in 2008 a comprehensive best practices for organic policy study. And in fact, I did the chapter for South Africa, so you might find that useful. You can download it at the link. Thank you, and sorry again for interrupting.
Very, very helpful. Thank you very much, Prof. I hardly take time to read through the chats. At times, it's a bit difficult to run the meeting and read the chats at the same time. But I went through it. I will certainly go through it once again, once we're done. Thank you very much.
At the beginning of the chat, I also gave the book that we've done on South African food systems. So you may find that useful. It's also available for free download. And thanks to Ms. Shevel for a very comprehensive proposal, and to your wonderful committee for its very important work.
We really appreciate it. We are committed to do this. We can only do this through your assistance. Although you just barge in my meetings, you are forgiven, Prof. Thank you very much. Okay, can we now move to Dear South Africa? Dear South Africa?
Yes, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to present the voice of the public to the Parliamentary Committee on this climate change bill. If I may share my screen for 1 second, give me a second here. Let me see. Oh, sorry, having a bit of problems here. Here we go. Oh, sorry, just got a message on the screen that says I have to quit and reopen Zoom. Give me 20 seconds. Apologies for this.
Okay. Is Rob back? Shouldn't we move to somebody else whilst he tries to connect and find his footing? Very skeptical that we might be losing time.
Sorry, Chair.
I agree, Chairperson.
Okay, there he's back.
Sorry about that. Technical issue on my side. Let's try that share again. I just need to be made a host. Sorry, if I could be made a host.
Chilis, are you able to make Mr. Hutchinson a host, please? Chilega, can you please make Mr. Hutchinson a host? Whilst at it, Ms. Shovel, please be kind to forward your presentation.
Recording stopped.
Please be kind to forward
Recording
your
in
presentation
progress.
to the secretary of the committee. We have been looking for it so that we are able to peruse it at our own time. Mr. Hutchinson, you are now the host. There you are.
Thank you very much, Chair. All right. If I first may just quickly introduce who Dear South Africa is for those who are unaware. Dear South Africa is a public participation organization. We are non-partisan, so we hold no view on what the participants say. We present the public participation. We facilitate public participation at all levels of government. We inform the public. We facilitate the public participation. We produce reports. We collect the data, produce matrix summaries for the committees, and provide feedback to the public. We also assist other non-governmental organizations and non-profits to also run their campaigns. We have run over 250 campaigns in the past 5 years and delivered over 4 million individual submissions to the various government departments. We currently have over 1.2 million subscribers who are active participants. We do nationwide participation on national matters and local, provincial, municipal participation campaigns and surveys. They presented as a digital and online mobile platform, which has an extensive audience of over 1 million page views a month. We send over 6 million emails to participants and to government per month, and around 250,000 social media followers. So our reach is quite wide. and we're able to get information and input from all sectors of the South African citizenry. On the climate change bill, we hosted a campaign on our platform, and it's at the address there if you feel like going through there. By the way, notes have been issued and supplied to all the members of the committee, and we presented the bill plus accompanying notes as downloadable PDFs, a live view of the public comments, so participants can view the views of others, links to relevant media articles so they can be informed, video summaries provided by other groups and by government as well, and policy-related questions. These were presented as a multiple choice as to what is your top concern, and the top concerns are related to the sections of the proposed bill. It's just a visual representation of how the campaign looks and presents on a laptop, easy for viewers to use, and you can see the comments and proper legislation which is easily available. Each public entry was delivered to Ms. Tayaka at Climate Change Bill 2022 at parliament.gov.za as prescribed in the bill. And just another mention that we hold no partisan agenda, and we present the views of all South Africans, whether they're for, against, or somewhere in between. And by the way, if you want the raw captured data, it is available on request, and you can go through it and sort by the many categories that we do provide. A total of 12,473 comments were received by the closing date, which was 27 May 2022. We did receive comments after that, totaling around about 13,000, but we've only included the ones that were received by the closing date. And again, they included in the Excel file or supplied as the PDF. We broke it down into various categories so we can get an idea of who is participating, what they are saying, what their concerns are, and we can break it down by province, by municipal area, right down to city or town, and even suburb in most cases. We can then break it down into demographic as employment status. So what do students say as opposed to what do retired people say? What are their views? What's their knowledge? Are business owners concerned? What are the concerns of the unemployed versus the employed? And all that data is available. Extensive data is available in the full Excel sheet. However, I will go through some of it here in summary form. The first question that we asked is a broad question. Do you support the proposed climate change bill? And there we present three options. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Or not fully for those people who do support it or don't support it, however, with conditions. And majority of South Africans do not support it. And we'll go into the reasons as to why. If we go further, we can sort it by employment status. And as we see on the no, I do not sections, it is largely the employed and the retired who do not support it, followed by the business owners and unemployed. Students play a small part. Students are either too busy studying or doing something else to have their say. However, students do play they have provided some excellent comments further on, which is surprising. Maybe it's due to education efforts around climate change, which, by the way, would need to be drastically increased. And broken down again into not fully and yes, I do. Then we broke it down by province. So people who say, no, I do not support it by province. Western Cape, plays a great area there, as well as Gauteng, and the other provinces also feature, but not as drastically there. Of the people who say, yes, I do, again, Western Cape and Gauteng, and areas that seem to be affected by climate change most. Then we proposed the top concerns, which was presented as a drop-down, where people could select either the proposed bill in its entirety, carbon budgets, emissions and removals, climate change response, provincial, municipal, residential climate change commissions, adaptation to impacts of climate change, definitions and interpretations. And then we gave them the option to select other or no concern whatsoever. Most people selected the proposed bill in its entirety, which doesn't give us too much information, unfortunately, but we have ways to discover that information, which I will show you in the next few slides. Carbon budgets, emissions and removals was the second most selected concern, and for reasons which I will show you further on as well. And then top reason by status. This is again by employment status. Quite interesting to note the unemployeds and their breakdowns there. You can go through this on your own time. I'm not going to spend too much time wasting too much time here, as we are running a bit late. But please, I encourage you to go through it all. We have business owners, employed individuals, retired students, non-profit organizations who also expressed their views, and of course people who did not give any details around their employment status. Oh, sorry, that was, yeah, okay. However, as I said, the broad level data doesn't reveal too much. It gives a broad outline on concerns, mostly relevant to geographic status and employment status. So therefore, we have to go into a comment by comment analysis. So the first step is we load all the comments, all 12,500 of them, into a piece of software, and we set a minimum frequency of those words, how many times words appear, and those words generally express the broader concerns of the public at large. We set the word frequency to 400, and these words come up. Obviously climate, because it's a climate change bill, climate and change will be more popular, and other words such as government, carbon, money, people, and so on. However, this again is too broad. So the idea then is we filter out the common words. The filtered words are here on the left. You can see there we filtered out all climate and change, as most comments will contain the word climate or change. And we bring up the most popular words, which reflects the sentiment of the participants. Most brought out government, whether it's in a positive or negative light, and the comments further on will reveal the reasons as to why again. And then a big concern on people, just as in just transition, carbon again. Carbon's always playing a great role here, whether it's carbon emissions or carbon tax or CO2 emissions and how that must be handled. Tax again is there, money is a big concern, and Eskom pops up quite frequently, interestingly enough, and I'm sure we know there's the reasons as to why. And taxes, electricity, and other popular words do pop up there. The most popular words are government, apologies for my spelling error there, followed by people, tax, and carbon. And you can see that they're all pretty close. So they're all very similar concerns brought about by the group at large. Again, this is from 12,500 submissions made through the dearsouthafrica.co.za platform. And you can take your time on your own time to go through that and find out more. And then, as I said earlier, we broke it down into the first question. The first question was, do you support it? And of the yes, I do support, we had the following. The following summary is pretty much succinct, that people feel strongly that the climate change is of great importance. And I believe we can see that as reflected in the various presentations by the groups today. And South Africa needs to make less use of coal, invest in more green energy stations and solutions sooner rather than later. There were also concerns around transparency and implementation of the various structures, and the public have inquired how government will manage the measurement of carbon emissions. The measurement of carbon emissions as well as the measurement of the impact that mitigation measures might have. I think it's quite a concern which I haven't seen raised anywhere, or a solution presented anywhere yet. How do you measure the impact of the mitigation efforts? There's a great concern around increased taxes, and are taxes effective? Will increasing taxes be effective in the form of carbon taxes, or should we rather impose fines on those who exceed targets? Bit of debate around all of that. Also, yes, I do support. Crowd did mention concerns around the alignment of the various government spheres, and there's a national effort, which is obviously the climate change bill. However, each municipal area does have its own unique concerns, obviously related to geographical environments and locations. Then those who are not fully in support of the bill, and again, this is the public's views. This is not the view of our organization as such. We share the public views here. People who are not fully, those who are standing on the fence, who do support it or don't support it, however, with conditions. Most are concerned about more taxes leading to increased unemployment, and this is a common concern that does appear quite frequently throughout all 12,500 comments, is an increase in taxes. The respondents also share a common concern, again, over taxation and burdening the average South African citizen in our rough economic climate, and again, without seeing any measurable benefit. I must iterate again that government needs to focus on showing the impact that these measures will take, and by showing the impact, you will get greater public and taxpayer support for these measures. There's always a lot of questions around climate change mitigation efforts, billions being spent on this, yet we aren't seeing any change, and haven't been seeing change for a few decades. So we need to focus heavily on that with validated and verifiable scientific research and comment. A lot of South Africans are also raising concern around the climate change bill. Are we not focusing on a lesser important issue when South Africa definitely has more important and immediate problems that need to be addressed? Should we fix the smaller problems and then address the bigger problems as they stand? Just a comment on there from myself. And it's related to a comment that was made earlier on around the UN Green Climate Change Fund. And we know that's available for cities, and we know that is available for municipalities and cities. And however, around 85% of municipalities are failing, which is a great concern, and then failing due to financial mismanagement. So if these municipalities are granted, how can residents or citizens of those municipalities ensure that the funds are being used or allocated to the correct measures? And again, how do they measure the impact of those? And further on that, we have the comments from the No, I Do Not participants. And again, a large number of these participants are deeply concerned that climate change or man-made climate change is a hoax and a political play. There are always people who will say that. I think that arises from a lack of clear data. There's a lot of data supporting yes and no as regards to man-made climate change, and also will mitigation efforts by governments actually make a dent in it? If we stop man-made climate change, or if there is, according to the No, I Do Not comments, will these efforts actually make a difference? Is climate change a natural occurrence, or is man-made CO2 producing the effects that you are seeing? So clarification again around scientific findings need to be shown to the public, and again, that would have to be based on the impact that mitigation efforts have made. We can't just, a lot of it is speculative data at this stage, and we, again, I think the public are generally, considering the high amount of people who said no, there are large questions around whether any of this is actually working or making a difference. We need to show the public if it is or if it isn't. Another group of participants believe that climate change is a natural occurrence, as I mentioned, and once again, that places lowers the trust levels in government, and a lot of people see it as just another way for government to generate more taxes through another income stream through carbon taxes. And the public feels strongly that government should apply its focus to current and real issues. And then what I've done here, and you can see this in more detail in the summary presentation that has been provided, and also in the PDF of the comments. We broke it down into concerns related to the bill and to the sections in the bill and the clauses. And from the Yes, I Do crowd, one of the concerns that we listed was the proposed bill in its entirety. And I haven't put all the comments here. I've just chosen a few which reflect the general sentiment of this category. And Kyle, or was it Kylie? Kylie, who's a student, has major concern around, or she says that she supports any solution or intervention or any work done towards helping and reduce and remove carbon emissions in a way that is sustainable in the long term. And that's reflected throughout the people who do support the climate change bill as it is. And again, there is a problem we need to tackle as a whole. It doesn't help we just focus on a small part, otherwise the consequences will be catastrophic. That's from Gabby, who's employed. It's quite interesting to see the different understanding, as I might have mentioned, from between the different employment status, and that is regards to different concerns that they might have around how climate change affects them directly. Again, from the Yes, I Do, broken down into the concern around carbon budgets, emissions and removals. Janine, who's retired, says she's highly concerned that there are no significant consequences or penalties for non-compliant entities. And she raises the point that this most likely means the law will be ignored, or there will be lip service in the form of policies which will be put in place and then shelved. Quite a few participants did raised that similar issue. Government has fantastic policies, but a lack of initiative or resource to enforce them. Suggestions again. This was an open category where they could suggest their own. Christine, who's an employed individual, says industry is the biggest perpetrator of climate change and should be taxed accordingly. And the public should be educated on how to save energy, and hefty fines, not taxes, should be issued for littering, animal cruelty, etc. And Kate raised a valid point that Schedule 2 needs to be revised and tourism should be included within Schedule 2. Then the concern around, also from the Yes I Do crowd, around the climate change response. Rebecca summed it up quite well. She would expect all stakeholders to be involved in documentation of policies and the drafting of policies, which we are, which is great to see involvement in all being the public being invited to have their say. She expresses fighting climate change is a priority, and financing this should come from existing funds spent differently within all sectors and not from further funds through taxation. And developing countries can lead the way in this area, or which probably should be developed countries can lead the way in this area. Again, from the Yes I Do, the concern around provincial, municipal, presidential climate commissions. Ian, who's a retired individual, gives quite a comprehensive answer there. Concerns around the 3 levels of government, the 3 spheres, political motivations, self-interest motivations, and will the committees be able to maintain their stronghold on it and make sure things do get pushed through, and will we be able to achieve our shouldn't it be greenhouse gas emissions measures. Hopefully these committees will consult and there will be good collaboration between municipalities, their committees, provincial and National Assembly committees, and hopefully with the presidency as well. And there are, if I may also bring something in there, there are existing agreements and international agreements around climate change and moving away from coal and fossil fuels, and perhaps these need to be made far more clear and perhaps even revised at this stage. We don't know quite what these agreements are, or what the levels are, or what the targets are. So again, from the Yes I Do, another concern was the adaptation to impacts of climate change, and again a concern from ICROM, who's concerned about government's ability to implement legislation. And Lizette, who's a business owner, says South Africa needs to use less coal for electricity and the public must stop polluting, especially on plastic waste. Then I think it's the second final one, the definitions and interpretation concern. Jagu says, can the government run awareness workshops throughout the country by empowering the ambassadors that are already driving a green environment? I think it's a fantastic idea. Probably should be driven from a municipal level through municipal budgets, allocations, as was mentioned by quite a few presenters earlier on. It definitely needs to be a good focus on education of the public. And Wian, who's a student, says he supports the bill but is afraid that it will be misused or not well enacted. And then another open category, no concern. Nikki likes it. She's employed. She says, leave it as it is. It's very important for the country and world as a whole to move away from a carbon-intensive economy. And then I summarized the second option in do you support the climate change bill? And this was the not fully sector. I haven't broken it down, as it will certainly take too much time to go through all of them, but I've put them, taken a good question from each of the categories and presented them as one here. Gregory said the government via Eskom is the worst offender. I think we all know that is, with South Africa being around 90% coal-fired power stations. And says to the government, sort out your belief, or that the state has to control everything and get rid of the corruption-ridden coal-fired power stations. And also raises a question on carbon tax and why individuals should pay it. And another common theme throughout it is a focus on renewables and solar energy at an individual level. Alethea says tax should not be placed on individuals, but on national, international companies and corporations. And Rosemary says, as it stands, far too much discretion is left in the hands of the minister. There needs to be accountability, oversight, and substantial change. And that's in the limits that can be set by the minister in the regulations. Suggestions from the Not Fully crowd. There should be one response serving the whole country. And the punitive measures associated with this bill are a worry. Again, that's a common thread. Instead of punitive taxation, perhaps there should be an incentive in the form of other taxations and rebates and possibly fines that are issued to people who exceed emissions. And again, Beulah asked, are there better alternatives? Will it reduce jobs? And we need to have a balance on nature and human lives.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes, Chairperson.
Are you very far from concluding?
No, I've only got about 5 more slides and we're done.
Yeah, well, I'll only give you 3 minutes for those slides.
Perfect. I shall rest with them.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. And
thank you, Chair.
And Keith says he fully supports any effort. And further on, suggestion from the No, I do not. This is the area of greatest concern, most participants. And the common efforts are, or the common suggestions are worries around taxation, corruption. Is man-made climate change real? It is important, but are we focusing on the wrong areas? And the bill introduces more bureaucracy and red tape, which will slow down economic growth when the opposite is needed. Concerns about getting rid of coal, as we have 90% coal-fired power stations, and South Africa has a large coal industry. Again, remove the private sector. Remove the bureaucracy and allow the private sector to produce electricity, which we have seen already. And the government has more important issues again. As you can see, a common thread throughout. And as I said, all these comments and suggestions, comments with 1M, are available in the notes that have been supplied along with this presentation. And just in conclusion, throughout the participation, corruption within all spheres of government is a major concern, especially in the electricity generation industry, which is the main contributor to our greenhouse gas emissions. Will taxation as a punitive measure make any difference to carbon emissions? Or should there be tax incentives, as said there in point 4, tax incentives for renewables instead of punitive carbon taxes? We've already seen a move for rooftop solar tax incentives. That's a great move. However, there should be a great incentive if we want to move it along quicker. Moving away from coal, electricity crisis is detrimental to economic growth. As we've seen, this is related to international agreements at the presidential level and municipal spheres. Those need to be transparent and perhaps revised. We know that our presidency has agreements with international sectors and there's talk of loans coming from first world countries to move away from coal, but perhaps we need to suspend that for a while South Africa recovers from its electricity crisis. And much like China and India have done so, China builds numerous coal-fired power stations every year, and doing so has increased their economy, while South Africa suffers with load shedding and rolling blackouts, which are intensifying. Should we not suspend these climate goals until we've got out of that, and then have the ability to focus on renewables going forward? Chair, thank you very much for the time. I know I went a bit over, and thank you very much for allowing me to present the voice of the public to the committee today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hutchinson. Honorable members, can we engage the voice of the people of South Africa as represented by Dear South Africa? Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, and thank you to Mr. Hutchinson for the presentation. And I think listening to the presentation, I take it that it's not his views, but the views of the people that they interviewed. I must say I'm somewhat surprised that the majority of the people, do not support the bill. Probably they do not support certain aspects of the bill, but to say you do not support the bill, which is a progressive bill, is just a bit confusing. So my question is just in terms of the demographics of the 11,000 people. I see Gauteng and KZN where, and especially the retired people, were the main objectives. What do we read into that retired people are the majority of objectives in KZN and Gauteng? Is there anything that you can read into that, Mr. Hutchinson? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Any other takers, honorable members? Mr. Hutchinson, following from what Honorable, I see Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini, I'll come after you.
Thank you, Chair. It's just maybe a few questions of clarity. I just want to know the methodology that has been used in order to obtain the responses from the Dear South African cities, and where the sample has been done, plus which citizens have been targeted in particular, so that one can be able to understand this is the places where actually they went, this is a number of people that they've met, and this is why the methodology that has been used. And what I'm happy about is that now at least some of people, they are able to acknowledge, to say that climate change is a reality. We are coexisting with it now. But the only problem that I have is where actually there is one suggestion, I'm not sure from whom, that simply says that now the government must stop consulting with the people on the ground in order to get more information and the contribution from themselves. I'm not sure whether are they going to have any problem if a government continue to engage with people on the ground to get more information, because now it's a public hearings. Therefore, the people must be able to do that. Maybe the first question that I've asked to be able to be the one who be able to give me more information of engagement on what the government says is supposed to be able to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Mr. Hutchinson, wouldn't it have been better if the people that you have engaged were first asked whether they had been impacted by climate change or not? Don't you think that this would have provided the context for their support or rejection of the bill? I mean, as people who were or are not affected by climate change, naturally they would see the bill as irrelevant. So if you had asked them if they had been impacted first by the bill, I'm sure the context would have been different. But correct us if we're wrong. These are anti-majority, anti-government folks, and I'm not getting a sense of what might the context fundamentally that necessitated their rejection for the bill. But do they also understand that we, in discharging our constitutional obligation, we are obligated, we are required to do what we are currently doing, and these consultations are not a tick box exercise or a bill or a final act. We have to do this for us to pass this, for it to be a final piece of law that will affect all of them. Do they understand all of that? Can I give you an opportunity, Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes, Chair, a written opportunity would be good on that. I'd actually like to contact the participants and pose those questions to them. I think they are very valid questions indeed. I agree. Sorry, I'll answer your questions first, and I'll address the other honourable members. The constitutional obligations are extended. I think it's not just the constitutional obligations to get the public involved in the bill and the formulation of the bill, but it's also to, in context of this bill, to provide a better life for everyone and a healthy environment for which to live in. So it goes down to chapter 2, which is the human rights and so on. But yeah, that is a very good question and that bounces off your first question: is are the participants impacted by climate change? That would be a great question to ask, as it does allow the participant to think in this context as to whether they are impacted by it, in the sense that they would have to understand what climate change is first of all, and what it has affected around them. I don't believe that many people in the public do actually understand the impacts that it has on them, down to the finest level. It's not just a simple is the weather good today question. It goes much deeper than that, and it differs from individual to individual, depending on their employment status, depending on their financial status, and also depending on their location within South Africa's diverse geographical climate. To answer your question, if they are anti-government, definitely not. We've seen people supporting this. We don't hold any bias. We don't oppose government. Dear South Africa, the public participation platform has been running for about 5 years, and it's always presented itself as a facility that helps government be a better government, by engaging with the public and helping formulating good policies by involving the public in those policy decisions. So definitely not anti-government. However, as there is a large financial component to this bill through taxation, it will attract a crowd who is fed up with being taxed and seeing no benefit for it. Whether that's anti-government or anti-taxation, a different issue. But yes, if I may pose those questions and then present it to the committee or to yourself at a later date, stipulated by you, that would be a wonderful opportunity to provide feedback to the participants. And if I may address Honourable Singh, Honourable Singh's questions around the demographics and what type of people were participating and why retired people in KZN and Gauteng had a lot to say. It's the nature of public participation, Honourable Singh. We see a high participation level on all our projects from the retired people. They have a greater knowledge and take the time to actually go through policies, and say wisdom does come with age. So they have succinct answers, and they're also not afraid to express their comments. So it does come out there. White and KZN and Gauteng, it's also in the Western Cape. It's just simply because of the population density within those areas, within those provinces. Arnold Dlamini, you questioned the methodology. I have sent a copy of the presentation to the committee, along with a summary and the PDF of all the public comments. And please, I encourage you to go through that. We've broken down, the methodology is quite simple. We take the bill, put it on the platform. We break it down into a clause by clause analysis, which is provided in the memorandum of objects, and we present a drop-down selection based on the different chapters or clauses within the bill. So a broad question first: do you support the bill? Yes, no, maybe, or yes, no, not fully, and then select your reasons why. And we ask people to select one of the clauses, or broad, or all of the above, and then provide their comment. We then capture the participants' demographics, where they stay right down to suburb level, municipal, provincial, their area, their employment status, and geographical. I've already got there, and a whole host of other details about them. And it's presented countrywide. In the summary document, you'll get a breakdown of the participation from across the country, and 12,400 and something, around 12,500 people had their say on this campaign. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Hutchinson. I'm sure a follow-up will be of great assistance. Well, perhaps we must also invite them in their individual capacities so that they come and give us their side of the story. I'm sure that will also be very helpful. Some of the questions that we might be asking you might be very difficult for you to respond, because you were guided by particular surveys. You just wanted to know whether they support or not, for instance, and so you might not have had sufficient time to engage whether it has impacted on them and all of that. But we really appreciate this feedback. It's going to be very helpful for us to arrive at a particular determination. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I would love to that they give us their, what is it, a questionnaire or whatever that they use, because I'm trying to think from my side, is that what kind of a research was this one? Was this a research, qualitative or quantitative? How did they structure their questions, and how did they sample? They decided to sample their research sample, because there's so many questions. If they can give us their questionnaire so that we can see, or give us a website where we can get their questionnaire and check on it, and we see how was their questions or questionnaire being structured, and because we don't know whether it was a quantitative or qualitative, or were there any whatsoever, according to when you do a research, is it a research report, or because I'm hearing he's saying it's a campaign report, so it's a campaign or research. I'm a bit confused, Chair. Thanks.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes, Chair. I'm just typing in a link into the chat area here onto the DSAfrica.co.za website, which is the public participation platform, link to the campaign. And on the campaign, there is you'll see the questions exactly as a participant would have seen them, the information pages as to what information was provided. You can download all the comments from all 12,500 participants, and a summary report and a copy of this presentation from that page. I'll just put it there. Here it is in the chat right now.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you also very much for your time, Mr. Hutchinson. Please don't stop today. Continue taking interest in these discussions. Perhaps when we also come to your province, it will be quite interesting to activate them so that they come and present to us in our physical public hearings on why do they think it's necessary, or do they think it is not. But I want to take this opportunity to thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the committee.
Sure. Agricultural Research Council?
Yes, present. Shall I put on my camera?
Yeah, well, we love seeing who is speaking, but our interest is the presentation.
Okay. All right. 2 seconds here. Hi. Hi, everybody. Hello, honorable members. Thank you very much for having me here. Sorry, apologies if there's any noise in the background. I am on maternity leave, and I literally have my newborn with me right at the moment. So I'm trying to juggle 2 things at once. But I'm very, very honored to be here today. So thank you very much for allowing me the platform to share my professional views and to give inputs to this important bill. And then just to say that I am employed by the Agricultural Research Council, but that I'm making this presentation in my own capacity. So I'm Dr. Alana Rebello. I'm a senior researcher at the Agricultural Research Council in the Water Science Unit. And I do see that we are running quite late today. And so I'm going to just, I think, try to keep things short and simple. I have 3 main inputs that I'd like to make today. The first is the representation of ecological expertise into the various processes. The second is giving increased specificity or detail around the types of interventions and programs that will be endorsed by the bill. And the last are some considerations for carbon emissions. So I'd like to just make those points by telling a few stories and sharing some research outputs. And yeah, and I think that overall, through all of this, I just want to make the plea that we keep things as simple as possible. So I'm a researcher myself, and I'm not intimidated by the concept of climate change, but I think many of the members of the public are, and a lot of the concepts and processes related to it are difficult to understand. Carbon sequestration and so on, and emissions, and there's a lot of misinformation as well. And I think if we can just keep things as simple as possible for people, that an average member of South Africa anyone could pick up this bill and understand it, I think would be so helpful. And that would also be helpful when it comes to implementing it. So yeah, just to begin, on the first point, I noticed today that there are quite a few, if I can call it, interest groups who are lobbying for their interests, whether it's agriculture or industry. Of course, they're all very concerned that they're going to have to be paying for damage that's been done, and everybody's sort of looking after their interests. And I really can understand that. And as South Africans, we of course want to be food secure. But at the same time, I'm coming here today as without any interests. Like you've seen, I'm coming on maternity leave because this is close to my heart. I'm not getting paid to do this, but I'm very passionate that we can forge a good path for South Africa. And I think that the way that we're going to do that is healthy. If we take care of our nature, we will have healthy people. Healthy nature, healthy people. We cannot have sustainable agriculture without taking care of our natural environment. One example is just honeybees. All kinds of cultivation require pollination. And to do that, we use the honeybee. And if we don't have natural ecosystems to sustain those honeybees in times when they're not able to feed from the nectar of the orchards, which is only for 1 month of the year, then we will not be able to produce fruits, for example. Nature is absolutely critical, and it underpins everything when it comes to climate change as well. And it's so well represented in the bill, in the first part of the bill. And the reason that I'm mentioning this is that we need to make sure that we involve people who know something about nature at all levels of the decision making and the processes if this bill is passed. So, for example, something that I noted was that the chapter 2 is very well written, but the composition of the membership of the Presidential Climate Commission is quite vague and could be more clearly specified. So we talk about transdisciplinarity, but it's not only about just being diverse, but making sure that the right groups are actually represented. So, for example, when we think of climate change, we might think of climate change scientists, but we should also be thinking about ecologists, people who understand nature. And this is really critical when it comes to adaptation. And I'll explain why with some stories just now. If the functions of the Presidential Climate Commission are to advise on response and mitigation, sorry, I just want to move my notes over here. If the functions are to advise on response and mitigation and provide monitoring and evaluation, then it's critical that a diversity of disciplines and sectors is represented on this panel. And if the bill is premised on the importance of healthy and resilient natural ecosystems, to ensure healthy and resilient society, then the expertise of people who understand nature, like ecologists, is core. And we need to explicitly provide for this in the bill. And ecologists are also quite interesting because in many cases, they're not, like I posited at the beginning, we're not looking after any commercial interests, except taking care of nature. And there's a very real danger that interventions that might be proposed, which are quite vague in the bill at present, may not be sustainable in specific ecosystems. They may not work in specific ecosystems. They could be profitable for some people, but have negative impacts on others. And in many cases, we know this is the most vulnerable of people. And I want to just stop here and give an example or tell a story. We know, for example, on the Maputo Plain, we have quite a few communities that are vulnerable, and we've got a lot of plantation forestry. Some of that plantation forestry is legal, and some that do not have water use licenses. And that plantation forestry, those plantations draw down the water table. They dry out the soil. Reducing water in the soil leads to increased nutrient cycling. Carbon is released from the soil. Peatlands dry up, and we're getting increased incidence of peat fires in the area. And this is associated also with climate change. We're going to be seeing more and more of these fires and more severe fires. And although, planting trees might be seen as a really good intervention, the planting those trees that benefit a few of these companies and make a few people rich end up marginalizing those communities because their sources of water dry up. When those peat fires burn, and sometimes they burn underground for years, it affects their lungs. They get respiratory health issues. And yet planting trees is seen in many times as a suitable adaptation for climate change or to mitigate the impacts of climate change. And so it's really important that we have people that have the necessary expertise on these panels that are able to advise and make sure that we don't make the life of our most vulnerable people in our country worse. We want to be making sure that they have more resilient livelihoods and lifestyles. So that's just one story that I wanted to use as an example of an inappropriately applied climate change adaptation. And this is we've seen this quite a lot around the bond challenge, where Europeans with they've got their ideas of and their solutions to mitigate climate change. They want to apply it in South Africa, and often this is not correct. So the bond challenge was about planting billions of trees across the planet. And in South Africa, our main ecosystems are grasslands, savannas, and shrublands. We don't really have a lot of forest. And so indiscriminate tree planting, as it's been called, is a major issue. It's a textbook example of this northern thinking being imposed on the global south. We need African solutions for our African problems. And so I think that having ecologists who know South African nature very well is really critical. Okay, so that's as it relates to chapter 2. In chapter 3, at the level of provinces and municipalities, again, the critical role of ecologists can't be underestimated. And yet, so often they've been excluded from many decisions. Town planning, we're seeing, just to pause and tell a story, in KwaZulu-Natal, a lot of RDP housing being approved in floodplains, where an ecologist would immediately tell you that that's inappropriate. And then if there's housing being built in floodplains, when there's a flood, whether it's linked to climate change or not, what happens to those people? They get affected. Their houses get washed away, children drown. And this is because of poor planning, and in many cases, because the correct expertise is not included. So that's why I would really argue that we need to make sure we're including the right people in planning and at this municipal level. We don't need a climate change specialist. We just need people who understand nature, ecologists. So when we're developing planning instruments, policies, and programs, they need to be very carefully thought out. So when it comes to a municipality, for example, coming up with a program or a plan that they need to implement, it would be very useful to have an ecologist that they can draw on, so that we can make sure that more good is done than harm. And I wanted to just mention a few other silver bullet solutions that have been applied at municipal level. We've seen it in Stellenbosch, for example, in the Western Cape. And I would put this under the category of greenwashing. They call it brainwashing. There's a term that relates to trying to wash people's brains when it comes to nature, and that's greenwashing. And that's anything where somebody says it's a silver bullet solution, like planting speckworm. So somebody would say speckworm is indigenous to South Africa. We can save the world by planting speckworm everywhere. That kind of silver bullet solution is very concerning. And an ecologist would know straight away that that's incorrect and could help to come up with a better plan. And the issue is that speckworm is actually only indigenous to the thicket part of South Africa and not to other ecosystems like fynbos and the grasslands, and it shouldn't be planted anywhere else. And yes, it's something that's absolutely caught on like wildfire in South Africa. Everybody's doing it. It's such a craze. And I think that in this bill should, in its wording, guard against these kinds of greenwashing that comes about when people with, I suppose, there are vested interests when it comes to climate change. There's also a lot of bad science. And I just wanted to also warn against statistics that we don't see the science behind it. So when facts and statistics get presented here to Parliament, there should be citations behind it with robust science. Anyone can bandy about statistics, but as a researcher, I know how easy it is for flimsy reports that's been done in one small part of South Africa to be used to now say that this particular type of agriculture is an absolute win for trapping carbon. We need to be sure that our science is transparent. We need to be sure that it's repeatable. So there needs to be good science underpinning our statistics, and we shouldn't just believe statistics without seeing the evidence. And we've got a lot of good evidence already in South Africa. And I think there's a lot of bad science around promoting tree planting in inappropriate places. So all of this to say that we need to be, I think, having more representation of people who understand nature at every level. It should be explicitly provided for in this bill. That is what I would humbly suggest, but then also at municipal level as well. And some people here might be thinking, why is planting trees a problem? Don't trees capture carbon? And so the answer to that is it depends on, firstly, what the trees are used for. In South Africa, fire is a natural part of our ecosystems in a way that it's not in Europe. The return intervals in Europe are very different to in South Africa. And so if those trees burn in fire, then it's not trapping carbon. In addition, alien trees in South Africa have been shown to reduce carbon in the soil. And it's actually the soil that's even more important than the wood and the plants themselves. So alien trees, because of these hotter fires, it incinerates to a deeper depth in the soil than under what's happening above ground, but also below ground. And scientists have now been arguing that we shouldn't be talking about these simple approaches to climate change adaptation and mitigation, but that we should be looking at holistic approaches like ecosystem restoration. I wanted to also just touch on the department itself. DEFI has in the past launched a campaign promoting tree planting in South Africa, despite knowing and having programs that actually DEFI also spends billions of rands a year. Well, it costs billions of rands a year, the invasive alien trees, but they spend millions of rands a year, hundreds of millions. It's about 400 million a year in clearing these invasive alien trees. And despite this, launched a campaign promoting tree planting. And this campaign was later retracted, but we just need to be extremely careful with the types of programs that we're advocating. And this linked to my second point, and chapter 4 specifically, that I think that this bill, it would be useful to be more explicit on the types of interventions and programs that will be endorsed. So at this stage, it's very vague, and there might be reasons for this, but there's a lot of danger in being vague. The one is that it's not very clear to people what is meant. And I think giving examples really helps, for example, a lay person to understand what's being spoken about. But it also, having a comprehensive list could also protect against vested interests. So people proposing things as solutions that are not actually solutions. Like some people had mentioned in the survey by Dear South Africa, in the results, it had mentioned that they are skeptical that there will actually be any outcomes. How will we measure those outcomes? So this is one very clear argument that we should have a list of very clear interventions and programs that are endorsed, because we have a lot of research in South Africa already that shows which programs are beneficial in terms of water impacts, but also on carbon. So we need to draw on the research that we already have in South Africa. DEFI has some pioneering programs called Working for Water, Working for Wetlands, Working on Fire, and other programs like this. And it's my suggestion that some of the interventions and programs that are supported by this bill are actually these programs that DEFI already runs. And I'm not saying that these programs are perfect. I think that there's room for improvement, but I think that we should be building on what we've already got and learning from the mistakes that we've already learned from. And here I just want to pause briefly on this point, just to say that so Working for Water, I'm not sure if everybody knows what all these programs are about, but it's about clearing invasive alien trees in our country, which it's a huge threat to our country. They cover very large areas, and they're invading more, and they increase our fire risk. They decrease water available to us. They decrease biodiversity, and all of these things are going to weaken our ability to be resilient to climate change. So in tackling these invasive alien trees, we will literally be improving our adaptability to climate change. So it's an easy target. It's a win-win solution because these are invasions. It's not, it shouldn't be upsetting anyone to remove it. So it should be a win-win solution for society and for government. And yeah, so these programs, Working for Water, clears these invasive alien trees. But at the moment, instead of focusing on ecological outcomes, the key indicator for government is person hours. And that's very problematic because it's not even beneficial for people because it doesn't tell you how long someone's employed for or the security they get. So one of the biggest criticisms of that program has been that people are only employed for a few months and then they don't have a job, and that doesn't provide security, and that doesn't result in improved livelihoods for people. And what we should rather be looking at in terms of social targets or social indicators are employment, like contracts. So because research shows, for example, that if a woman has a job for a year or two, she can put her children into creche. But if she only has a job for 3 months, she can't make long-term decisions like that. And it has impacts on her entire family and on whole communities. And so this is one area where this program could be improved, is in its indicators, to stop using person hours as an indicator, but to use number of contracts and the lengths of those contracts as social indicators, and then using actual ecosystem recovery as an ecological indicator. And together, using appropriate indicators, this could result in actually having ecosystems restored, having society benefited, and all of this will improve our ability to adapt to and be resilient to climate change. So DEFI has a lot of the answers within itself already, and I just think it could just be about a bit of retweaking some of these programs and their indicators. I think just that it's very key that some of these, this bill and climate change, it actually is a great opportunity to become more resilient and to improve livelihoods in South Africa, improving nature, taking care of people, and then at the same time becoming more resilient to climate change. It's really, really a good opportunity. And then lastly, I just wanted to touch on the carbon emissions and some considerations there. And I think, and this links to chapter 5, of the bill. I think we must just be extremely careful here of vested interests. I think we need to be also thinking about maybe not only the big offenders, but we need to be thinking quite broadly about emitters. So for example, unsustainable agriculture, even if it's small scale, which results in a release of carbon from the soil through tilling. People have spoken about that quite a lot today. Plantation forestry. This is not a very obvious one, but they're a huge emitter of carbon because of the degradation of the soils. You only have to drive through a plantation to see that underneath those trees, the soil is bare. It's rife with erosion. We're losing a huge amount of soil. And that's not to say forestry isn't important and doesn't have its place, but they are an emitter of carbon. And then another issue that's maybe not really recognized so much, and it's not maybe linked to carbon, but urban areas and people, for example, making decisions at a household level, like to pave their entire garden. That has an increase, that has an impact on permeability of the soil. So if you pave an area, the water can't infiltrate, and that causes flooding issues downstream. So this is very important when we think about the impact of climate change. on flooding. So it's not only about carbon, it's about some of these other impacts. So yeah, I just wanted to highlight that very briefly. Okay, so I think I'm coming sort of just wrapping up now, coming to the end. I think that this bill has enormous potential to do a lot of good. And I think that what is key to everything is the importance of nature in underpinning everything. We as people rely on nature for our agriculture. We rely on nature, you know, to provide us water and food and healthy minds to be able to get out into nature. And so we need to be taking care of it. And I think that this is really, it comes through strongly in chapter 1, but the rest of the bill is quite vague, especially around the types of interventions and programs that will be endorsed. And there's not enough emphasis on ensuring sufficient ecological expertise. And I think that this is really crucial if we're all aiming to bring about change that will be just and equitable and transformative and help us build more resilient society. And I think just in closing, it would just be a real, just a request to the department to keep things as simple as possible in the wording. And like something that's easy to implement, that anyone could pick up, that a high school student could pick up and understand and know how it needs to be implemented. The same with these municipal plans. Can we keep them simple? You know, so that it can be so easy to put together and so easy to implement. Like we heard about the local municipalities today, and like talking about coming up with these climate change adaptation plans and more research. The one thing South Africa is so good at is every time there's something that has to be tackled is to go out and do some research. And I think that we actually know so much. We actually need implementation now. And I was thinking that maybe focusing on some of the simple things would it help to address some of the issues raised by the skeptics, like we heard from Dear South Africa. Like, does climate change matter? Are there bigger issues? So for example, municipalities dealing with things like clearing their alien trees. This is something they're supposed to be doing already and making provision for already. And this is adaptation to climate change. It's also mitigation of climate change. So that would be a really low-hanging fruit. Promoting people not to harden their surfaces, not to pave driveways, that would really help. Things like not allowing development in riverbeds. So many municipalities are allowing development within the 1 in 100 year return interval or flood line of rivers. They're allowing development in wetlands. These areas are going to be flooded, and then government's going to have to be paying millions of rands to rescue people, to give grants out to help people. And so if municipalities just are honoring the 1 in 100 year floodline and wetlands and knowing where they are, not allowing development there, that is climate change adaptation. And then not allowing agriculture in wetlands and along rivers. This is important for food security because we can't have food security if our agriculture is being washed away in floods. So all of these things are already functions of local municipalities, and we don't need fancy plans and difficult words. We just need very simple things that local municipalities can implement and be held to account for. And yeah, so this is just an additional plea on my side to try and keep things simple. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rebelo. Honorable members, I invite you to engage the presentation that has just been made by Ms. Rebelo. She brought the team to present on the climate change. Hopefully the team will help her respond. Honorable members, Honorable Singh.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, all I can say, you know, one appreciates the commitment by Dr. Rebelo to make this presentation to us. And she's bringing up a new environmentalist, and congratulations on the addition to your family. And I think, Chair, the only comment I'll have, I think we have to take serious note of the interventions by her. And as we discuss in the committee, I think there have been specific recommendations that are made. And all I can say is that we will have to take serious note of these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ribello, for a presentation. I think it's quite straightforward what we have said, especially on the issue of the ecologists being part of the climate change bill, and in other areas. I know that when there's a new development, there must be those plans must be approved. When approving those plans, you must check the signature of the specialists there, especially the geologists and others, so that you know that the time frame or the life of that area of that building, it must be not less than 100 years. But I think somehow our officials usually bypass those, and thereafter you find disasters where you find that people during heavy rains, their houses are flooded or their farms are flooded. In most cases, with the farmers, it's just that their crops, if there's floods, their crops can't breathe, they die. If there's too much heat, they can't also breathe, they die. It's very important that we have that, and I think maybe this PC or the minister, because she sits in that the committee, the climate change whatsoever, where the president is the chair, but our minister do sit there. I think some of the issues, because the department is here, she has to take it up with that committee, because we don't sit there. But the other thing that I'm very happy about, because I was confused on the reports that were reported today, is the issue of whether those reports are scientific research or what. It's because once you write a report as a researcher, you must have cited, you must have look at other topics that deal with what we are dealing with and cited on that just to back up that it's a scientific report. But I'm happy that you have raised it, because I felt that the two reports they are not scientific approved, and at the end they will mislead the portfolio committee, because all research work must be done according to the procedures and regulations of research, and must be published also based on being scientific proven, because at the end, you can take those intervention or results that come from that research and the interventions being reported there, and try to use it to make sure that you implement those recommendations or resolutions from that scientific report. But if it's not scientific, it's very difficult to engage the report, and it's very difficult even to benchmark with other scientific reports, because this is how it should be. But I think as the portfolio committee, before people can come and present to us, we'll have to check if what they are bringing to us, is it scientific proven according to research, or they're just coming to present what they want us to receive. Because I feel that at the end we'll be misled, and will also mislead our community. I feel you can't say the elders were not were not concerned about the climate change, because if it's obvious those people they're not staying in the area where they should be or might be affected by climate change. They don't know what is climate change. But if there is a proper awareness before, like when we go to public hearings, there's an awareness before, then people know when we speak with them what we want from them. I think I will end there, but thank you for you to come here, and congratulations to your newborn baby, in addition to your family. But I hope also those who are here, Chair, they will learn now that when they come here, they must present a scientific proven reports, not just campaign reports. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Dr. Rabello, just one question from me. It's not really a deep question. I'm happy that most of the presenters are still here, and I want to encourage all of you to have separate engagements outside those that are facilitated by the portfolio committee. It goes without saying that we all see the change in the rainfall patterns. Ordinarily, by now, those of us who are birthday in May should be knowing that we should be gravitating towards cold seasons, not rains. It has been raining. It rained over the past 2 days here in Gauteng. The heat waves, the rising sea levels, the floods, and all of that. But I also noted that you recommend for the department, which is also here, the Chief Director Climate Change is also here, that they should keep their presentations slightly simple for people to understand, so that we don't really have to explain one and over the same thing, so that also our pieces of legislation should not be vague. But I wanted to check, how would you ecologists, how would you like to be incorporated into the overall bill, either as individual South Africans or as various institutions, it being universities, it being Agricultural Research Council, or your own organization, for example? How would you like to be incorporated into the overall bill? Let me give you an opportunity to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and to the honourable members. Thank you for your questions and comments. Yeah, so it's a great question. How would we like to actually be incorporated? I think that often the reason that I raised this is that often ecologists are excluded from these kinds of panels and things, and it's often engineers that are included, and maybe climate change scientists, who are people who sit in labs behind computers and do analysis, and they're very important. But what's often excluded is the people who understand nature, and about how to explicitly include it. If there is for the panel that's outlined in chapter 2, if there's a list of expertise that's explicitly included, like there should be engineers, there should be climate change scientists, then I would suggest that ecologists are explicitly added there as well. If other fields are not explicitly included, then it's not to say that I would expect ecologists to be the only ones to be mentioned, but then it's just a sort of message to say, don't forget that when those panels are put together, that the leadership do remember to include those fields as well. And then in terms of engagements, yes, I think so. The Agricultural Research Council is a parastatal, and they're there to support governments. So we are very happy always to engage, and we're already engaged very closely with DEFI in many respects, with research projects on various plans provincially and nationally. So we are very happy to continue engaging. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Without further ado, can we now move to the climate justice charter? Thank you very much again, Dr. Rabella. The climate justice charter.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm here. No, kuhle. I'm just sharing my screen. Can you confirm, Chair, if you can see it?
I can see it now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you and greetings to all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. The Climate Justice Charter movement emerges out of campaigning with drought-affected communities during the worst drought in South Africa between 2014 and 2020. We are a movement whose goals and aspirations are summed up in the Climate Justice Charter. The Climate Justice Charter has been endorsed by 275 organizations, and it is the first Climate Justice Charter in the world. It was adopted in 2020 at the People's Assembly, and since then we have been calling on Parliament to adopt the Climate Justice Charter as per Section 234 of the Constitution. On the 8th of December 2021, Chairperson, this Portfolio Committee on Environment, Forestry and Fisheries heard from Parliament Legal Services that the Climate Justice Charter qualified as one of those rights consistent with the Constitution as per Section 234. Now, we are a diverse movement made up of water-stressed communities, labor, faith-based organizations, youth organizations, climate justice organizations, academics, and some of the leading climate scientists who are part of the IPCC process. Now, I'd like to begin, Chairperson, by expressing our appreciation that Parliament is finally deliberating on this climate change bill. We believe that a bill dealing with the climate crisis is long overdue. And we believe that such a bill must be guided by climate science. It must recognize the urgency of the climate crisis that we are facing. It must strengthen our adaptation and our mitigation measures, must have clear targets for decarbonization, while providing sufficient penalties for violations, and also be in line with our global commitments like our nationally determined contributions. And it must be based on the principles of Batupil, not the principles of interested organizations or the principles of interested parties or pressure from the global north, but must be centered on the needs of the South African people. And we believe that such a bill must also deepen and accelerate the just transition. Now, the just transition has become a buzzword being used by many corporations, by many agencies. But it's important for us to stop and ask what principles are supposed to be guiding a just transition. Now, as a Climate Justice Charter movement, we believe in a deep just transition based on the principles that the Climate Justice Charter outlines. And one of those core principles is social justice. And by social justice, we mean confronting all forms of discrimination and oppression as it relates to race, class, gender, to sex, to age, to secure climate as well as social justice. It must also be based on the principle of ecocentric living. That means to live simply and consciously in an ecocentric way that recognizes the sanctity of all life forms, as well as our interconnections, and enables ethics of respect and care. It must also be based on participatory democracy, meaning that all climate and deep just transition policies must be informed by the voices, the concerns, and the needs of the people, especially those people who are facing climate harm. It must be based on socialized ownership in workplaces and communities. People's power should express itself through democratic control and ownership, including through democratic public utilities, cooperatives, commoning, communal ownership, as well as participatory planning. It must also be based on international solidarity because everyone's struggle is a shared struggle to sustain life. And in the context of the worsening climate crisis, international solidarity is central to the deep just transition as it serves to unite all who are struggling for the emancipation as well as a post-carbon world. And it must also be based on the principles of decoloniality, meaning that solutions to the climate crisis should not come from the global north or should not be imposed upon the global south by the global north, because colonial and imperial domination have driven us to extinction. This is based on the worship of extractivism, technocratic finance, as well as putting markets before people. All of that should be rejected. And then also it should be based on intergenerational justice. Now, one of the core principles we believe that this bill should be emphasizing is that of public participation. We are happy that we are having these oral submissions, and a lot of different constituencies are making their submissions before Parliament. But we'd like to remind this committee that public hearings must be held with vulnerable communities. Those communities who are at the brunt of the climate crisis, communities like drought-affected communities who have been living in perpetual day zero, flood-affected communities. There must be consultations with women which are at the forefront of the climate crisis, children, as well as people with disabilities. Now, those public hearings should not be limited to urban areas. Having worked with rural communities, we are fully aware of how the process of public hearings can become urbanized and how language and technical jargon can make the entire process inaccessible to ordinary people. So it's one of the things the community should keep in mind as it goes forward with these consultation processes. Now, Section 32(1) A and B of the Constitution states that everyone has the right to access information or any information held by the state, and by any information that is held by another person that is required for the exercise or protection of a right. We believe that this constitutional obligation will be made in effect when the committee meets with these vulnerable communities and hears their concerns, because as much as the climate crisis is impacting the entire country, but it's not impacting everyone the same way because of differences in class, as well as differences in gender as well. Now, I would like to remind the committee also that participation has to be meaningful, because the Constitutional Court in 2006 said that all parties interested in legislation should feel that they've been given a real opportunity to have their say, that they are taken seriously as citizens, and that their views matter and will receive due consideration at the moment when they could possibly influence decisions in a meaningful fashion. So next, I'll highlight some of our concerns with regard to the bill. We are concerned first and foremost with Section 8, subsection 2 of the bill, which says that Section 17 and 19 of the Intergovernmental Framework Relations apply to a provincial forum on climate change. Our concern is that Section 19(1)A and B of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework does not specify the frequency with which a premier should convene the Intergovernmental Panel. Now, we believe that the agents of the climate crisis cannot be treated the same way, and that the bill should stipulate the frequency with which this provincial as well as municipal council is supposed to meet. As per Section 17 and 19 of the Intergovernmental Framework Relations Act, the Premier's Intergovernmental Forum is composed of the Premier, mayors, district, as well as metropolitan municipalities or administrators. And then it provides for the Premier to invite any other person the Premier deems appropriate. Now, we believe that this cannot be the structure of a provincial panel on climate change. A provincial panel on climate change should be clearly stipulated in the bill that climate change scientists are going to be invited to be part of that, as well as organizations working on the ground with communities about how communities are being impacted and affected by the impacts of the climate crisis. We are also concerned that the Presidential Climate Commission would not be an effective body. I mean, the commission is not independent. It is chaired by the president. And one of our concerns is that the Presidential Climate Commission enlarges the office of the president. Now, it puts our democracy in quite a precarious state, when we have a large presidential office that seems to operate as a parallel government. So it's something that the committee needs to look into. We are also concerned that Section 21 of the bill, subsection 3, is disappointing and shocking. And the disappointment comes from the fact that it is based on a 2015 nationally determined contribution. The 2015 national determined contribution has, of course, been superseded by the 2021 NDC, which also falls short of what is required to avoid an overshoot of 1.5 degrees beyond pre-industrial levels. But at least the bill could have been based on the 2021 NDC. Now, according to the global annual decadal climate update released by the World Meteorological Organization, there is a 48% chance that global average temperatures will reach 1.5 degrees within the next 5 years. Now, Southern Africa is already warming at about twice the global rate of temperature increase. Now, what that means is that as the world overshoots by 1.5 degrees, we will be overshooting by 3 degrees. Unfortunately, this reality does not come forth in the 2021 NDC, even in the 2015 NDC, which it does not seem to appreciate the fact that when the world overshoots by 3 degrees, Southern Africa is a region when the world overshoots by 1.5, Southern Africa as a region is going to be overshooting by an entire 3 degrees. And as this happens, Southern Africa will become drier, of course, and water will increasingly become a site of struggle. If you go to many communities, even before Day Zero became national news because it hit a major city like Cape Town, but if you go in many communities, especially in some rural areas, you'll find that there are so many people who are perpetually living on the verge of Day Zero. And water is increasingly becoming a site of struggle. Now, South Africa is a country with very high rates of evapotranspiration, and we have less than the global average annual rainfall. So water will increasingly become a site of struggle in our communities. Climate-induced rain bombs, like the one that we saw in KwaZulu-Natal, are going to become more frequent. Droughts are going to increase in frequency, in severity, as well as in spatial distribution. Of course, heat waves are going to do the same thing. Now, the challenge is that South Africa's agricultural sector is going to be heavily impacted. I think the committee has had a lot on that today, that our maize crop and our cattle industry is projected to collapse under a 3-degree increase. Now, our 3-degree increase, of course, will be a 1.5-degree increase for the rest of the world. And this puts our rain-fed agriculture in an increasingly precarious situation. Our other concern, Chairperson, is with the issue of carbon budgets. And our concern with the issue of carbon budgets is that carbon budgets are a false solution to the climate crisis. The idea that you can use technotopian solutions to solve the climate crisis must be looked into. The idea that you can use scientific means or technological means to capture carbon and to store it into the soil while ignoring the social impact of climate change is something that should be desperately looked into, because carbon budgets could be a technotopian solution and a false solution to what really needs to be implemented to deal with the climate crisis. Also of concern is the issue that 2050, which appears in many documents, local and international, is not really a scientific target, but it's rather a political target that has been put forth. So the committee must always be cognizant of that. Our other concern, Chairperson, is that section 29, subsection 3 of this bill is insufficient for public participation. There is no responsibility on the part of the minister, MEC, or mayor to respond to an objection to the exercise of a power that is emanating from this bill. This means that public concerns can simply be ignored and public objections can also be overlooked. Even worse is the fact that the bill says in appropriate circumstances, the minister, MEC or mayor may allow interested parties to make oral submissions and objections. It then begs the question of in what circumstance is public participation inappropriate in a democracy? So we therefore propose that once an objection has been made, the minister, MEC or mayor must respond to that objection within 30 days before exercising a power emanating from this bill and must justify why the power will be exercised despite an objection to it. Continuing with our concerns, we are also concerned that the offenses and penalties that are set out in section 32 of the bill are not enough to serve as deterrence. The offenses set out are based on section 49(b)(2) of the National Environmental Management Act, NEMA, which says that a person convicted of an offense in terms of section 49A, 1 to F, is liable for a fine not exceeding 5 million or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 5 years. And in the case of a second or subsequent conviction, to a fine not exceeding 10 million or to an imprisonment for a period not exceeding 10 years. And that in both circumstances, such fine and imprisonment. Now we believe that this is not enough to serve as deterrence. A fine not exceeding 5 million rands for emitting dangerous greenhouse gases that threaten the future of humanity is grossly inadequate. The bill must stipulate a harsher penalty. Failure to abide by an allocated carbon budget and failure to implement a greenhouse gas mitigation plan must result in a fine of 10% of earnings in a financial year where the violation was made. Because unless we strengthen the penalties, unfortunately, we will not be able to deter possible violations of the bill. Also, we believe that the bill should not be silent on mitigating the impacts of the climate crisis on our agriculture. Something that has come out quite strongly today. The fact is, South Africa but we want to approach it from a different angle, not just by looking at the impacts of the climate crisis on agriculture or how agriculture is impacting on climate change and contributing by greenhouse gas emissions. But by looking at the fact that South Africa is a starving country. We had a study done by Ipsos for the Center for Development in Africa, based at the University of Johannesburg, which found that 46% of South Africans are experiencing one form of hunger or the other. Now, the climate crisis is worsening this situation. And when we talk about the impacts of the climate crisis on agriculture, we should not just be looking at the impacts on changing rain patterns, as well as the impacts on agriculture's own inputs into the climate crisis. But we must look at how that impact is going to be translated into society, how it is going to impact the ordinary people. Ordinary people are already experiencing a cost of living crisis. So we believe that the bill, Chairperson, should be advancing a democratic climate emergency state. And by this, we want to emphasize that the bill must provide for transparency with regard to sector adaptation strategy and plans, with regards to climate change needs, response assessment, and climate change response implementation plans. There must be transparency regarding where national departments, provinces, and municipalities stand with regard to the implementation of such plans. I think it's something that also came out strongly from the presentation by Salga. The information must also be readily available to the public so that South Africans can be able to hold their elected officials to account. We also believe that the urgency of the crisis demands planning beyond the NBP NEDLAC, or the PCC. Planning should not be a top-down approach, but a bottom-up approach, with every citizen of the country involved in the process and meaningfully participating in the process. Now, we believe that the urgency of the climate crisis demands a climate emergency social contract or a climate justice deal for South Africa. We cannot treat the climate crisis as an environmental problem, but it's a problem that impacts each and every department, and that requires a coordinated approach by all departments in order to respond to it. The other thing, Chairperson, is that the bill must provide for transparency with regard to climate finance. And that is very, very important, because where there is transparency, there is public confidence. Where there is no transparency, then the bill will leave room, possible room for corruption and the misuse of these funds. The amount of finance, the type of finance, the conditions by lenders, allocation, the management of the finance, and all relevant information must be disclosed. And we believe the bill must stipulate this clearly and emphatically. The bill must categorically also state that no amount of climate finance is going to be used towards the development of new fossil fuel infrastructures or nuclear. All climate finance must be used for phasing out of such infrastructure in a just transitional way that includes all communities. So thank you, Chairperson. I will end.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simani. Honorable members, I invite you to engage the presentation. By show of hands, can we engage the report of Mr. Charles Simani? I suspect honorable members are already preparing to join other mini plenaries that are starting at 2. Honorable C.
No, thank you, Chair. Once again, a very relevant presentation from Mr. Simani, because it takes into account, I think, from the morning issues that we may not have considered, because these are real community issues. And here again, I would suggest, like the last presentation by the good doctor, that we go through this with a fine comb and extract areas which we think can improve our legislation, particularly on community participation and in the role of the various levels of political office bearers at local, provincial, and national spheres. But I don't know if Mr. Simelane wants to expand on that particular issue of the role of the political office bearers and the role of communities. What does he suggest as a more meaningful role that communities can play moving forward? Thank you.
I suspect you got that, Mr. Simane.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yeah, please respond.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member Singh. Yes, that indeed is so important, because if communities are left behind, especially if vulnerable communities who are at the forefront of the climate crisis, who do not have the resources to mitigate the impacts of the climate crisis, if they are not left behind, then the bill will be shallow, because it won't be based on the lived experiences of people. The Climate Justice Charter emerges out of campaigning with drought-affected communities long before the day zero was announced in Cape Town, because there were several communities across the country, especially in rural areas, were already living on the perpetual verge of day zero. But it is through talking to those communities and working with those communities that we developed as a movement. So even with the climate change bill, it must be talking to the communities who are at the forefront of the climate crisis. It can't be limited only to academics and to scientists. People's lived experiences must be what drives the bill forward.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Thank you, Honorable Singh. Are there further takers? Honorable Mbata.
Chair, thank you, and thank you, Simani. But I just want to clear something, Chairperson, that when we go for public hearing, we are targeting the mostly affected people. And in all our public participation meetings, we transport community, and we targeting the areas where it's mostly affected by climate change. I think it must be corrected because I see on the presentation it looks as if we are not targeting the mostly affected. It's the mostly vulnerable communities that we're dealing with. And before any public participation, there's a team that goes 2 weeks before us to do an awareness prior to the public participation, so that by the time we come for public participation, the vulnerable community, they know what is happening, and they are allowed to speak in their own language, mother language, and there's interpreters. So they are covered on the issue of public participation. I wanted to raise that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbata. I had actually also noted that. Do you want to have a bite on that, Mr. Simani?
Yes, Chairperson. We've been talking to communities who have never even heard that there is such a thing as a climate change bill. So it's very, very important, I think, for your committee as well to enlarge the reach and make sure that you work hand in glove with local government to reach as many people as possible, to ensure that people are informed about the processes of parliament and they're informed about this bill which impacts them and their lives in such a profound way. So there's always room for the committee to enlarge its work, room for the committee to work along with a local government and also with organizations that are reaching out to communities, especially in your rural areas, your peri-urban areas, ensuring that no one is left behind. Because the climate crisis that we are dealing with, as much as it impacts everyone, but it impacts the vulnerable even more because they do not have the resources to mitigate against this. So there's room for the committee to work with movements. There's room for the committee to work with civil society to ensure that many people are reached, so that many people are aware of the processes going on in Parliament, and that they partake in those processes too. Not to say that the committee is not in any way engaging with those people, but to say there's room for improvement and to reach a wider audience.
No, that's fine. I will just link it with we'll take it as a constructive criticism. In my view, it links with what has been raised by Dr. Rebel, that we need to keep things as simple as possible from the point of view of the department and ourselves as the legislature. We agree, but that point that has been raised by Honorable Mbata is correct. We sit and analyze, for instance, this weekend, we are descending to the Northern Cape. There are about 9 people who passed on there as a result of heat waves. And it is our view that this heat wave was as a result of this climate change we're talking about. So we're not sweeping anything under the carpet or taking anything for granted, including those rainfall patterns. We're not being simplistic about our approach, but it is the best way to create an understanding between the point of view of where we're coming from as the legislature and as government, which is the department in this regard, and the stakeholders that we are engaging. So we'll just take it as a what do you call it, a constructive criticism, also as an effort to enrich the final draft before it becomes an act. So yes, indeed, we're descending to not only urbanized areas, the rural areas of the vulnerable are in the main the people that we are engaging. Like I said, keep it simple and understandable, reduce technical jargon, create an understanding so that our people are also able to input to it. So we take that as criticism that is necessary towards building the final bill. Do you want to have a last bite, Mr. Simani, perhaps?
No, thank you, Chairperson. I could not concur more. Thank you so much to all the members too.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Simani. Honorable Mbata, is that the legacy end?
No, Chair. I wanted to say that this morning we have requested SALGA also to make sure that the municipalities, they continue, even when we have come for public participation, to continue with their councillors through the Office of the Speaker to conduct the public participation on climate change, and they have agreed. And also we usually work with councillors from different areas where we're going. We usually work with the councillors and the mayors and the speakers, and also organizations that are dealing with climate change. They usually come and participate in our public participation. I wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who participated in today's deliberations. It is everything else that has been said here is very important to us. All the views are valuable, and this process is proceeding. We will engage the people of South Africa across the length and breadth of our country to get as much possible of the views. We might not be able as a community to reach each and every corner of the country, but we take note of the stubborn problems that our people are encountering, of poverty, of inequality, unemployment, to a larger extent of poor governance. We know the problems of financial problems that our people are engaged with, the extreme weather events that many of the presenters spoke about, the agricultural production failures, the freshwater availability, for example, since there's zero, the alien invasive species, the forest and veld fires, almost everything else that has been raised here is what we are seized with as a committee. We are doing this because we want to create a responsive strategy that is developmental, that is needs-driven, that is evidence-based, that is transformational, that is cost-effective, that is integrated, that integrates all the spheres, and everybody else should play an important part in ensuring that we come up with a solid final piece of legislation that will build South Africa, preserve the climate, preserve for the future generations, and ensure that everybody is taken on board. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the committee to thank you. This weekend, we will be descending to the Northern Cape. We are having 3 regions that we are doing there, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We still have to go to the Free State. Like I said, we still have to go to finish the work that we started off in the Northwest, and then we will descend to the Western Cape. Should there be a need, but I must assure you that in terms of our program, on the 16th of May, we'll be having another set of visual submissions on climate change. On the 23rd of May, we'll be having another visual submissions, or this one will be physical, will be in Cape Town. On the 26th of May, we'll be having another set on the 30th. So we are consulting as widely and as possible. So this does not mean it is the end. This is not the final touch until as many people have expressed their views and concerns. Hopefully they will be a bit sustained and sustainable. They will be able to unpack. But no view is wrong. We are also not perfect. We have noted everything else. With all that being said, many thanks once again, and the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Ndade Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair.
Siyabonga, Mamtunu.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hutchinson.